I didn't know what that was going to look like until I hit the button. Okay, I broke his neck. Alright, hello. It's Friday. Friday. Let's see here. Hello, welcome. Oh, I probably should send these out. I forgot. Oh. I'm apparently copy-pasted a couple things. Okay. But hello. Welcome to stream. Let me post these. There we go. See you.
She ups to something.
I had I figured out it with GIFs. Because I like putting GIFs together, but I recently started doing it where if you change very, very, very small thing in something, I will copy paste or take one frame of it and then mask out just the parts that are moving and have that be an invisible portion so that the rest of it is a still image. And it makes the GIF so if I did this as just a pure render and it made it a GIF, it was 1.5 megabytes. When I did that, it was 150 kilobytes. Because a GIF, even though it's multiple frames, it's still thinking things are changing. So some of the pixels are adjusting, but if you make it a still image and you mask out what is actually moving, it saves so much space. Oh my God. So this is like for how big it is, it's 150 kilobytes. Because all it is the eyes moving. That's it. But hello. And that's important because if you have like if you make a GIF that is like, say, 50 megabytes, nobody's gonna load it.
Yeah, I remember when I first started doing GIFs, I did them very poorly and they were huge. And then I found like formats and ways to mess with them in GIMP.
When I started doing GIFs on Adobe, the algorithm that's used for creating GIFs since when I started and now it's considered legacy, so it hasn't really changed for the last couple of years. But for the first couple of years, like every time there was an iteration in Adobe about Photoshop, it actually had quite a big of a jump in the quality.
I love how you can just tell like the financial differences. Like, yeah, I was making you're just like, or they're like, yeah, I'm making GIFs in Photoshop. I'm like, I'm using GIMP.
Hey, like, GIMP's good. Well, GIMP back then probably wasn't as good, but it's gotten there. Anyways, so we're going to be continuing the video that we had started last Friday, but I have worked on it. I basically completed the entire premise, the entire scene planning, or at least for right now. It might change, who knows. But I have most of that done. And then, yeah, there's a map change in here, so I'll play it. But Among Us MLP edition. I think Midprem has Midprem done art on that. I thought she did.
She might have.
I thought she did. I've seen a couple. Yeah.
I've been trying to mess with that program.
Hello, Soda. So I'll play what I have right now. Again, it's just the pre-planning stuff, but I did start a little bit of the lip syncing and stuff here. So just so that I had something to work on. That's not lip syncing for 3 hours. So I have to stop it right around here. Yeah, right here to change maps. But so this is what I got right for right now anyway. Some of it's probably similar to what you've seen. And I haven't done any of the lighting yet.
Today, we celebrate the overthrow of the central government. It's time to kill someone. You be careful out there, champ. Bye-bye.
I can't hear any of it, but the little tricks I was just like, that's so great. And she's there for a seminar.
I had I don't know why, it just felt fitting.
It's great. I love it.
But I have to swap to the other map here for a short bit. Oh, okay, yeah, that is working, I think.
Where'd
Anyways,
this map come from?
This is Canterlot map. I always use this one.
Things are a little from the show.
Things are a little. No, okay. This is okay. It is correct. Okay. But no.
It's the party
room. That's that part, and then I got to go back to Never Free. I love Celestia's face there.
Well, no. I'll be a monkey's uncle. You did it. I knew I could count on you. You've come too far to stop now.
You worked on this a lot today.
I need to change this one, I think.
If anyone can kill all those things, it's you.
And then it doesn't teleport sound at the end there.
You've been working on this all day, haven't you?
No, I haven't really done that much today. I did the blood texture a couple days ago, and then I just though I thought I added it to these shots, but apparently it didn't. Yeah, it has the ad. Why is it? Why is it not showing? Oh, no, that wouldn't do it. I'm still gonna live with the idea of using the Castle of Two Sisters. Well, all I needed was a castle, and that just ended up being a good castle. Some place for them to hide out. But why? And I'll probably like play with the blood stuff a little bit. I want to always have an out to where somebody says, "Wow, that's a lot of blood." I can always state that it's not blood. I like having that, so I'm probably going to put a bottle of ketchup on the table. Because I can only say that it's ketchup. But, why is... So this override, body, blood, that was...
Celestia does seem to type put ketchup on cake.
It just could be on the table. Yeah, why is it not like showing?
Somehow the spaghetti's even better after it sat in the fridge for a week. It's good.
Why are you not working? One thing I can think of is maybe I put a space in here. No, that's just space. Oops.
Monkeys.
Okay. Thanks for the follow stumbles. I know you needed a castle, but you said it yourself, and you're picky of what to choose. Well, it's mainly there's certain. I had an idea in my head of what I was needing, and as long as it fit those needs, it was fine. And mainly what I was looking for was a longer room with some kind of a preferred end, which normally like a throne room type of thing, with like just enough details and made of stone. And that's exactly what this was. So it fit the criteria, which is fine. There's probably others too, but because this one's open and kind of run down, it makes it look like, that's where they're assaulting or whatever. See, like, it's fine on this one then. Why is it not on these ones? I'm super confused. Yeah, base texture. I still did it. Well, there's always the thing of, what if I re-add it?
Far.
Like here. That should have immediately caused an error, but it didn't. What is going on with Trixie?
Having trouble with the blood?
I'm overwriting her texture, but it's not showing. And
either try reloading, maybe? I don't know.
Well, it's showing in some scenes, but not others.
Who?
I mean, anything I suggest is just going to be obvious stuff that you probably already checked.
Because each instance of her in each of these shots is considered unique. Parents that want to buy it, SLI 3090 with nitrogen cooling. She'll escape home and never come back. Why would you want SLI 3090 at all? It's a 3090 itself. I think usually a 3090 running an SLI performance boost wise isn't going to be double frames. It's barely going to be an increase of a single card on most graphical game stuff. On workload, yes. Anything less than that, no. I am confused. I mean, it's not really, I guess, a big thing right now. I can deal with it later. But I just kind of threw together a thing for her. I just modified the texture. And even then, I had difficulties making the texture because when I went to save it or import it to save it, it didn't work. Like, it kept crashing VTF edit, which I've had issues with before. I found that if I disabled bitmap, which normally for detailed textures like eyes and body and stuff, turning off bitmap is something I would normally do. When I turned that off, it actually shrunk the file or did something that made it so it would go through. It was really weird, and I don't understand it. And normally bitmap is for LOD, for level of detail. So things that decrease with detail as they get further away from you, they'll like use a shrunk down version of the texture to save on memory. If you don't have that enabled, it will not do that. It's not a game. I'm rendering, so I don't care about that. And so I'll normally turn that off on like eyes or something because you don't want eyes getting blurry with distance. So, but yeah. Oh yeah, and I have it so that when the knife goes down here, the cake starts sliding off. But that's why I had the knife turned down there. Plus, I needed to get it out of the shot because
anyone.
I wanted her just to look over there nonchalantly and then be like, oh, okay. I don't know if but I think it's the ketchup texture. Ketchup texture. Yeah, see, it's ketchup. You see, you got it right. And the texture pony are separate. On the pony are separate. If it's separate, it could just be pushed into her model. It is not separate. It is on the texture or on the model. If you did it as a separate thing on top of the model, it would have to be molded to the model, which could be difficult. You could like take a clothing texture. Oh, I'll get to read that in a sec. You could get a clothing texture and alpha out everything but the blood shape and put it over it, and then just have it be very, very close to the body. But that has issues in itself too. There's ways to potentially do it that way, but probably not. Anyway, Freeman, I hope you have a good day. I just wanted to ask if when you have time, could you do some musical animations? Since in Twitter, I know you're busy. Blah blah blah. So it's gonna make her even the most famous streamer. My most favorite streamer. Oh, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you. Have a good day. I've done a lot of ones in the past. The one difficulty with a musical like Remembrance or any of that is just the time investment. That is a very, very, very long project. And so could I make one? Yes. But then you wouldn't see anything from me for another year and a half. And when you're working on the internet to where channels and content are reliant on things being released within a decent time frame, if I did that, then my channel would be impossible to grow. So I've kind of stepped back from doing longer videos to focus on smaller things so that I can actually maintain an audience instead of legitimately seeing audience drop over time. It's a reality of YouTube and the reality of the algorithm. So if I want to make a really, really, really long thing, I would actually be, I would do it at a cost. And
give me $1.
No. $2.
Deal. I didn't get one of those fancy $2 bills.
I have like 5 of them.
Well, you get another one.
But then it wouldn't be in order. It wouldn't be the same because the ones I have are perfect and yours would be like an outlier.
Yeah.
You'd be like a 6th wheel.
I know, it's going to be all crumpled up.
But no, you said it would be. Mine are like, mine have never been bent. They are perfectly flat. Wow. They no creases.
Like, I'm going to get one with no creases and I'm going to crumple it up and get it.
Am I late? No, you were there. Well, the payment isn't that problem, buddy. No, it's to me, time investment. It's, if I were to start something that is very, very large and it took me a year and a half to make it, and I have a job, I'm fine in all that regard. But in that time, the channel growth would actually drop. So if I put out something once every year and a half, the amount of people that would enjoy it would actually decrease. So it'd be like, is there a point in doing something if it's going to, over time, actually give you a negative impact? And it's not worth it to me. Stupid face. I have Somber here. He's newer. Stupid Umbrum.
Yeah, it's like a thing to that.
Let's
I think
go
the
on
comic
default.
book went to his backstory.
Today we
But actually, there is a model of actually, I'll load that in here.
Comic book.
Summit Burke.
Oh yeah, that's the parallel dimension version of him.
Parallel.
Yeah, they go to another dimension through the mirrors, and
I thought this was him before he went bad.
No, that's like the comic book's parallel. The good version of him.
But the
parallel dimension. Celestia fell in love with him.
These
but
are.
They couldn't be together, or the worlds would begin to destroy themselves.
These technically are equivalent too. So.
Today we celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
Hey, it works.
No. Wait, that's weird. Yeah, we need this guy.
That's one of the few comic books I actually read a fair amount of. Was that one because Derpy was smart in the parallel dimension.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you're saying she's not in the regular?
The comic book was kind of implying that. The comic book's a jerk. She was one of the elements, I think.
Was Twilight really stupid?
All the main six were evil.
Oh, well, wait. So why is the main six's opposite morality, but Derpy's is his intelligence?
She was one.
Is she evil on both sides?
She was like one of the the elements for good, and so was Trixie. She was one of the elements. I can't remember who the rest were.
Wait,
I think Chrysalis
forgot
was good.
that was.
Sombra was good. Although it was basically just a big old reversal.
Let's give him. Let's give him. Like a dress.
Sure.
Whoa. He's fluff. Ha. This like, gets me out of here. He's fine. Wait.
Wait, why am I coming with you guys to overthrow the government?
Because that's what they say at the beginning of this. He says he's going to overthrow the central government.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't have listening privileges.
I'm not sure now. Umbrum is not something. Umbrum sounds like a stupid name. Like, who has an M in their name? It's only stupid people have an M in their name.
Wow.
Draft Somber confirmed. Yes. He's actually, let's, unless anybody in chat has an M in their name, they don't count.
It's like, all of my fans are cool. Except the one sitting next to me. That's fair. He has a very big head. I'll have to go back and finish reading that comic because I read about half of it and then I kind of didn't finish it because it was actually a whole series. The parallel universe. All I remember is that Celestia fell in love with him, but they couldn't be together or the worlds would basically destroy themselves. Both worlds. Or the world they were in.
There. He's a beautiful horse.
Hot stuff is getting big. Okay. Hey, Kelchan. Oh, you were already there.
Yes, he is majestic. Yes, overthrow the government. He is, let me see, where is, there it is. Hope that is the wrong one.
His head looks like the rook chess piece almost. Yeah, all stretched out. Chessboard.
He's very sneaky horse vampire. He's like blah.
He looks warm.
I think he's got other issues to worry about.
Yeah.
Like blood circulation.
I would imagine it would be difficult.
Do you know how he walks?
I'm afraid to ask.
It's called the dig dug technique.
Dig dug. Why haven't they added that character to Smash? It seems like such an obvious one.
Sombra?
No, the guy from Dig Dug.
Rights, maybe. I think it's cool that they added Sephiroth, but at the same time, I feel like they've added 2 characters for Final Fantasy VII. Somebody mentioned this on Twitter, and I feel like they could have brought in somebody else from one of the other Final Fantasies, though that could create a precedence to add in a bunch of others from other Final Fantasies. And the fact that they're making the Final Fantasy VII remake helps advertise that game a little bit, but still, I feel like there's plenty of other characters they could have brought in.
I want Waldo.
Waldo?
I'm always looking for him. He's hard to find.
He is like Jesus. He's always there waiting for you. He died for your sins.
Waldo died for your sins.
That's why he's always so mysterious. Like you see him in pictures. He's a ghost. And on the 3rd page, he rose again.
This is the only one set of footprints in the sand because you can't find Waldo. Where is he?
You turn around and he's gone. And he's just like, and then you look over behind a rock, like, there he is. He's like, oh. I want Waldo Jesus.
Oh.
All right. Anyways, so I haven't done any of the lighting yet, so I can't really make any of these green. Sombra is now oxygen. Sure. He is perfect. He is the epitome of beauty. I do like his design. I don't really 100% understand like everything like that he's wearing. Like why does he have a spiked horn? Like what caused that? Did he have
I don't know how much is like fanfic I read and how much is based on the actual like comic book stuff, but I think at one point he was good, and in an attempt to like defend the kingdom, like he was just a common citizen, he basically started dabbling in dark magic as a means of like protecting the kingdom, and then basically it corrupted him. Well,
that makes sense. I mean, Pony is never going to be like, oh no, he's always been evil. We tried to kill him when they were a baby and it just didn't work.
Well, Chrysalis, as far as I know, has always been kind of evil, but she had reason. First.
Well, they don't show any confirmation whether or not she was always evil, or they don't even know where did she come from. Was she from a bigger hive?
She's the queen.
But where did she? But what came before her?
Another queen, I would imagine.
But was that evil? And because apparently changelings weren't even a thing that were known, so there was a whole other hive, and she made a second hive. How did they not know about that first hive?
I think from the perspective of ponies, like, changelings are evil, but if you were to look at the perspective of flowers, maybe flowers would think bees were evil because they're taking all of their nectar.
Because his armor is his friend and friendship is magic. I'll go with that. That sounds canon enough. The Friendship is Magic comics still origin. Yeah, the comics. I don't count the comics because that makes me wrong.
And the kind of the general rule of the comics is they're canon until they're not. Until something in the show always like came and made.
That sounded like the innocent until proven guilty, like put to fan fiction.
It's
Today
weird.
we
Like,
celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
Their own story, and they were official stories.
Today,
licensed by Hasbro, but then something in the show would come along and say, "No, that's not what happened," and then the comics would just like, "Guess that's not what happened."
Today,
so.
Okay, so unless I want to do lip syncing, which I did a lot of lip syncing. I did all the lip syncing for this earlier today, and the lip syncing on him is a bit more difficult, because it has all the same flexes that all the normal enhanced have. The problem is, just because you name them the same doesn't mean they act the same. So while it has the same flexes, I had to use them differently. One of them, and this is probably the most annoying one, was jaw down. So it looks okay, but those are his bottom teeth. So, so anytime his mouth goes down with jaw down, it does not take his teeth with it, which is kind of weird. Normally, I would use it for readjusting, not for opening or closing, but for readjusting a mouth's position. I couldn't do that with him. Instead, I would use it where I would, for adjusting kind of the lip shape. So I would bend it down like this and then move it up to match. So I'd get a different shape in the back of the jaw. But I couldn't use that the same. Being that he has a square muzzle up at the front here, I can't use pucker the same because pucker is an A to B, and having a square corner like that doesn't work for that. That's just a male flex issue. So pucker doesn't quite work the same, which causes some difficulty with that. His B sound just pulls the bottom jaw in. It doesn't really do B really well. What I feel is like a lot of people take these same flexes that other people have made and then make something that they feel fits that need, maybe, but if it's not filling the exact same thing that the original or one that created those is based off of, then that means that they're called the same, but they aren't the same. And that gets frustrating. So if you can look at the way it's done before and say, oh, well, I just got to move it like this to match, that means I can copy paste lip syncing between models. But now if I do that, if I copy one from a model with similar named ones to this one, it wouldn't be the same. That gets annoying. Somber has dentures. That's, well, he is pretty old. I've got to think he's old. Comics don't make sense. The show doesn't make sense. It's magical freaking horses. What would happen if I buy Stupid Face and ask you to do Trixie? I would do something with Trixie. Within a lot of these models, I'm having difficulty. I'm going to probably start repeating some of the funny stuff because it's only so many unique things I can come up with. But I try my best every time. Scaling is one of those things that you can always make funny. And if you kind of turn them into Gumby, everything's funny.
Today we celebrate.
So this is another one that was difficult with the lip syncing too, of the timing. So like if you listen to the audio here, I have it like say here, I have it switch when the scene switches to a different audio bit, like for inside like a crowded area. And I don't hear it until right here, meaning that it is delayed by nearly a third of a second on everything that's being heard. That has made lip syncing really difficult. I feel like it's more than it used to be. And that means that if I check like doing this, what the sound is compared to when I hit play, it can actually cause a difference in timing. And it's fine if it's one way or the other, but as I'm going through, I'm probably doing a mix of both, meaning that it will work for neither. So, because if it's at least delayed the same all the way through, then I can just export the audio separately afterwards and put it in to match a timing to whatever. But if I'm retiming it to both the versions, then I'm never going to have something that matches that. How would you make it if she has no expressions? Well, Stupid Face is just about grabbing it and doing whatever with. So she has no expressions, but I would just give her something. And I was kind of thinking about it. So right now I'm using Trixie, but this is very, very similar to the Forga Lorga, Starlight Glimmer. That's basically the same premise I'm doing with the character, with the small mouth and character just kind of like blankly running around doing weird things. So I could almost use Starlight too, but I think I'm going to stick with Trixie. There's just something about it. There's something kind of funny about it. But what about me asking for you to use stupid faces on the castle? I can't use it on the castle. And normally if you just say stupid face, I'm just going to do whatever.
Today we...
So I want to let's see if we can kind of figure out a little bit of his detail. Right now, a lot of the motion that I've given him is very specific to just the head. It's the idea of what I want to do. Lay gas. That is old meme. Grumpo face. Oh, yeah. Yes. This is when the boomer is told that he can't use his coupon at the Home Depot. Now he's gonna murder, because that's what boomers do. Boomers get angry. Or he's gonna poop. He's like, oh, here it comes. He's like, no. It's like, oh, that's something else. All right, there we go. Back to normal. So for positioning, I kind of want to do the same, exactly what is already done for the head motion, but I want to add in, oh, at least there was actually thrones over there. Wait, so you have a throne to each chair, but you don't have one to go to both, meaning you have to pick which one to go to. Anyway, so it's about adding to him extra body motion. So I don't want to just have like his head on a pivot. I want to have that full body moving in some way or another. So when he does this motion, I probably want to have, well, for one, I need to lock his feet. And we're going to move him back a little bit. Dude, I'm on my second drink right now, too, so this is actually getting a little harder. Let's see here. So I want to move him back a little bit here. And so even though he's just going to kind of shift like that, I want to see if the position works from his head perspective.
Today.
Okay, kind of. So I'm going to do a little bit back here. I don't get why many give evil characters red eyes. I think because if you think about if I were to give, there's probably multiple reasons. For one, red is considered to just generally be an evil color, at least from the American perspective. If you look at Japan, like in America, you think black is evil, white is good. In Japan, if I remember right, black is good, white is evil. So it's just a cultural thing. I think being that it's the color of blood, it already gives a feeling of irregularity. And there was a thing I remember watching that was talking about the color red and how it actually biologically, we are predispositioned to feel that red is aggressive. And they had done studies with monkeys using red color to determine whether or not they would go to eat something based on the color that was around it. And they were finding that red was a color that most animals, especially in the primate family or like the human family, tend to want to stay away from. They found that people that played as a red team on most games played better even in the same situations on average, because it made them feel like the empowered class. At least, again, that's all conjecture stuff. But so red is already given this feeling of being the aggressor. So that also makes sense. And if you gave them a normal colored eye, then they wouldn't feel not normal. And you already have blue and green and brown, and you could probably even do yellow because in the middle there. Red is one that is nowhere near what the colors are, other than maybe brown. But there's a lot of reasons why. Communism detected. No communism here.
Today.
So the idea was that he was going to put his head up, and so I need to the idea is I'm going to put his body back a little bit and turn up a little bit. Oops, that's not what I was looking for. And probably have the head not turn so far. I'd probably turn the neck down a little bit. It might be almost too far up.
Today we got
Okay, it is. So I'm just going to see if I can maybe bring this down a little bit.
today we
Okay, this might work. So I did the test bit. Now I'm going to actually move the legs to match and see if once those are in position, it feels right. I like to do some of the animating stuff where I'll do it in stages. So I'd be like, okay, here's the most basic version of this move. Does it work? And I'll keep poking at it until it feels like it worked. Then I'll go to the next level of doing some of the other bits as a keyframe and say, does this work? And there's no point in going right to final if I'm not sure if I'm going to like it or not. And you can kind of see here, like, is there going to be compression of the leg based on how I'm doing things? Just a little bit, meaning I have to bend it a bit more. And I'll just do that until I feel like I'm not compressing it. I'm not really compressing it now. And there's going to be compression at the knee, yes, but not at the rest. So the ponies do have a rig, for those that know what an IK rig is, but they don't work very well. They tend to be, instead of, normally you add a rig so that you can move towards ease, but it actually moves past ease and back into restrictive on the other side of things to where I can't control them as good as I could before. So it comes down to which do I prefer to work with? Do I want to work with what will give me the result I want, or some ease of use but with restrictions? And I find I just prefer doing it the hard way. Today on how it's made. No, that's actually the main thing with, like, if I just like worked on everything here and I didn't explain what I was doing as I'm going through it, all you would get out of it is moving pixels. I want to actually explain my thought process behind it. For one, it helps me. If sometimes as I'm explaining things, I'll actually hit a point where I'm like, well, maybe there's a better way to do this. But I feel there are people here that really want to learn. And it's not just about knowing A and B. It's what was the path that was used to get there. What thought process was I using to get there? So when you're put in a similar situation, you're not going to always have the exact same position going to the exact same position. So what was the thought process I used to figure that out so that when you're in the similar situation, you can use the same thought process? Not to say that my thought process is correct. Disclaimer, I've not went to school for any of this crap. It's all self-taught. So whether or not that's right or not, probably a lot of what the stuff I do is not the best way to do things, but it's the way that works for me. So that's fine for me. I heard the Discord sound. Oh yeah. I reinstalled Discord. So let me there. I was having an issue with Discord where it would randomly have like a complete JavaScript errors like nuts, and it would just stop working correctly. And I found that it's usually corrupted files that won't update correctly. So I just deleted all the files and reinstalled it while that reset some of my settings. So yes, it is gone now. So you don't have to worry about it. When I do lip syncing, I stop hearing audio, and so I'm really good at just like toning out like non-essential noises, and that was a non-essential noise that I legitimately was not hearing. Rip your GIF folder. Yes.
today
Okay, so I don't really like his positioning here still. And even after we move kind of the legs, I feel like it's not what I'm looking for. Maybe if I move it down there.
Today.
No, that's still not going to work. I think maybe if I pull his, I think what I'm going to do. So this is one of my favorite things about keyframing And keyframing, which is just like moving from like one static image to another, is you can 100% change anything without affecting anything else. So I could be like, oh, I don't really like the look of this, and I can adjust it. I can fix it to what I think would work and see if it works. I think actually I want to put the head back a bit more there.
Today we
And the positioning, the movement from this might seem robotic, but in the end, when I'm actually done, it won't be. I feel like this probably could move further back. Oops, now the shoulders still act. How was your poop?
Yeah, my mom called.
Oh. How was her poop?
I don't know. It never went.
Why didn't you ask?
No.
See.
She was just asking about holiday stuff.
There are moments where it is important to know about the parental poops.
See.
You're just like, shut up.
Like,
I don't want to answer this question.
I know, it's just like, well, I suppose if they become alarming enough, she'll let me know. But for the time being, I imagine they're just fine.
Wasn't it Markiplier not long ago? Had like he had a surgery, something or issue, and he would he was having difficulties with bowel movements, and so he had and like he has a tweet that was super popular that just says, "I pooped."
I mean, I wasn't for surgery one time. I think I didn't poop for a week, like maybe 2.
Was it because of your diet, because of such, or because of the surgery?
I think it was because of the stress on the body. The body just tends to like lock up, and I was just essentially super constipated to the point where I just went up really one time.
And it updated my Discord. My GIF folder died. He had bowel obstruction. Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. To my Discord, my GIF folder died. I didn't update it on my Discord. I just had to reinstall it because it was something was broken. And the funny thing was, it must have been at a certain update because my stream PC and my tablet were having the exact same issue. The same errors would come up. So it must have been a more common thing. But when I reinstalled everything on my tablet, it worked fine. So I'm assuming that it should fix that now here. And it was weird where every now and then, like if I went to go stream, suddenly it would just be like errors like mad. And then it would work, but some things wouldn't. And I wouldn't know it wasn't working. It was really weird. But hopefully that fixes it. And I fixed it by just going into my app data folder and just like wiping the Discord data from there and then reinstalling on top of it.
Today we celebrate.
Okay. So this does kind of work, but I think I'm going to give his head a bit more of a tilt. Thanks for the follow, Moth. Okay, I don't feel like he's actually looking at her. Where is he looking? Oh yeah, I moved her. Okay, now does it feel he's looking at her?
Today we
kind of. I feel like it needs to be a little bit more this way. It's even across the board. The pointy eyes are weird. Normally anything forward is fine. Anything getting towards the extremes on the left or right starts to get a little bit iffy. I think this is fine. The main issue is I want to make sure that the eyes never make it look like they are looking at the camera. You should never have the actor look at the camera unless it is for a purposeful fourth wall break or you are playing from a first person perspective. So even if it looks like it's close, you want to throw it further out so that it's obvious it's not looking at you. Otherwise, that is immersion breaking. The platform doesn't look structurally sound. It's fine. He's evil. If it collapses, and he falls down, it's fine because then he'd be like, see, then this is what happens to evil people.
It becomes
structural collapse equals singularity.
That's what happens to Sonic every time he gets into that spin ball. That's what he looks like. It's horrifying.
Every time he does the spin, I almost want to have it now. Every time he does the spin ball, that there's just like tons of bone breaking sounds, and then the sounds pop back up again when he's unspinballing. Does that have a name?
That's all.
When he does the spinball.
I think that's what all it is. Like they had the game Sonic Spinball, so.
Okay. That's evidence. All right. The physics of Sonic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I need to undo that. I love when you have
I think I've played every Sonic game for the Sega Genesis.
He's happy. He's dancing. This is the Sombra dance.
The Sombra dance. Oof. That's pretty cool.
So when you rotate, I'm doing a rotation right now based on local rotation, and it always based on if you do a 360 rotation on local, they'll always look completely broken, but when you bring it back to normal, it will actually put them back to where they originally started. It's weird. Well, it's because every one of the bones is doing a 360 rotation on itself, and it is a multiplication across all the bones, but if each of them does 360 on itself, it will be back on itself. He's doing the sponge. Is that an actual dance?
It's where you wring yourself out.
I actually wouldn't have thought that. That's probably what he means. I can do this. I can do that exact maneuver. I won't be able to get out of the maneuver.
One more week of yoga.
One more week.
I have to start that first week, though.
One more week. I'm having difficulties getting to here. It's one thing to try to think of like how far can I stretch, but sometimes just the act of getting out of the chair is enough to be like, you know what? I don't need to take a piss right now. I have a cup.
Oh no.
This thing keeps like.
No, to never use that cup.
I had a moment yesterday. So I have this little drink thing that I put my drink in, and I came back to my desk yesterday and it was on the floor over there. I'm like, how did I get over there? It's a mystery. And then I went and got a drink and I put it down. And then I went to pick it back up, and the liquid that was at the bottom of it had adhered to it and picked it up. And I went to go bring the cup into the other room, and it came with me and dropped right there. And I'm like, oh, mystery solved.
As soon as it hit the floor, like that little whole math thing came up, like the complicated equations, and you're just like,
I know. It felt like I had just like solved quantum mechanics.
Yes.
And all it was I learned what happened to my plastic saucer. But it's because this cup has a slight indent inside, so the liquid will adhere to it and it'll create a suction force. So, but usually at that point, if I use this cup ever, and so this cup is actually really fancy. This is there. It's actually got some pony stuff. It's actually from Ponyville Cider Fest, and it is one of my favorite cups because it is glass, and it basically a solo cup. Perfect size and shape for mixed drinks, and so I'll use it for mixed drinks. So it's always alcohol. So if I have a moment like that, it's because I've been drinking too much. Me drinking my coffee be like, yes, mail. Yes, coffee is delicious.
I've heard good things.
Today we.
It's apparently been a struggle making coffee this week.
So yeah, my kettle broke. And then Mike fixed it.
I did.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Where there was a moment so I have an electric kettle. It's like a giant metal, like a giant glass, like 8 or how many liters is it? 8 liter? No, it's not 8 liter. 8 cup. An 8 cup kettle. And it just wouldn't turn on. But it got to a point where he kind of fixed it, but it wouldn't turn off without unplugging it. And there would be steam coming up from the water boiling and from the melting solder that was coming through from the high voltage.
I fixed that.
Which kind of left me disconcerting that I had to unplug it before it started on fire. So it works for now.
No, it's good now. I fixed it.
You've said that 3 times.
This time's for real. I got it.
When you spend like 4 hours working at it, and then you're like, it works now. And then the next day I plug it in and I'm like, it smells like an electrical fire. And then I look over and there's normal steam. And then there's like the thin white smoke coming from the handle.
It's fine. It was just the solder melting because I shouldn't have used solder. It was too much amperage through that. melting the solder. It fused. When I got that back open, it was all fused together. It would have never turned off.
How did you fix it?
Oh, I ripped the original contact out of it.
So did you just hook like the main line up to my finger now?
No, I took.
Should I just like hold onto the kettle and shove a key in the socket?
I took a contact out of another switch that doesn't go to that at all. Bent it into a certain shape to make it stay, but it doesn't really want to stay, so I epoxied it in place.
Today we celebrate the overthrow.
It's good now.
Until I've had at least like 4 to 5 years with it, I'm not going to take your word with it.
You're just going to watch it every time, like, better not set fire.
I've had it before where like I went in there and I was like, something sounds weird. And this was well before he was poking at it, but the kettle had the button off, but it was running. And so it had been heating air for like hours. And that was like, ooh. Yeah, well, it was like a $30 kettle. I'm not expecting perfection from it, but I was also not expecting it to try to kill me. So I prefer to spend more than $30 if someone's going to murder me.
I did notice that there's no thermal fuse in that thing.
Yeah.
That was like, that was a moment for me.
Perfectly normal. Kind of. Well, and I kind of wanted to get a new one, but he made this one work, so I'm just going to let it go for a while. It's more of, because it's a kettle with a normal, like, jug pouring spout, but since I use it for, like, a V60 coffee brewing, which normally requires pouring liquid at a specific speed over a certain time, an actual tea kettle with a smaller end would allow me better control compared to this, where I could just dump the whole thing in there at once. So the current one doesn't allow me as much control, but it's also one I have and doesn't cost any extra money. So
yeah, and it was fun fixing it
eventually. And how many times did you shock yourself?
I didn't shock myself. I made a big spark.
How many times were you maybe gonna die?
I've electrocuted myself before.
I've heard you say like it's totally fine, maybe. So it's just like, I wasn't gonna die at all. Probably.
I mean, I've gotten myself pretty good in the past, and I'm not dead. So
it's like, I flipped a coin and I said heads and it was heads. That means I can flip it 100 more times. I'll just keep flipping it. Why not?
Well, tell you, I've heard some stories about people taking a lot more volts than what comes out of a standard socket, and my boss is one of them. He got real good apparently one time.
When I was
work with electronics, eventually you're gonna hit yourself.
When I was a baby, my parents didn't realize that I had gotten my hands on a fork, or it was a fork or a key, and I shoved it in an outlet.
Fun.
Thankfully, I was in the wrong side of the outlet. So I was not in the hot side of it, but I shoved an actual metal contact into an outlet. So at that moment, I had a 50-50 chance of surviving, and I picked right.
Yeah.
So yes.
Wouldn't be good for a baby to be electrocuted.
No, babies are immune to electricity until 2 years old. Until then, all these cereal that they consume adds enough iron to their diet that they're now electrically conductive.
I see.
It's a scientifically proven nothing.
You heard it here, folks.
Please don't throw a baby in a pool with a toaster.
It's a scientific test.
I'm pretty sure there's ethical concerns in throwing babies in pools with toasters. You don't even have to have the toaster. Just throwing a baby anywhere.
Don't throw babies. That should be the tagline of all of your streams. Like, are you naming stream? Don't throw babies.
At the beginning of all stream, I'm just going to put some subtext. Don't throw babies. Because, that wouldn't ask questions of like, no, that's a new chat rule. I'm going to add that on. Don't throw babies.
Overthrow?
Unless you're playing a really weird game of football, then maybe.
Maybe baby.
I mean, if you only have a baby and you don't have a football and you need something to like play the game with, then I mean, what are you gonna do? Not play football?
I'm for the future court case, I'm going to claim right now that I have nothing to do with this conversation, and that this is Michael's recommendation. If it pleases the court.
Those field goals are going to get really upsetting.
So it says here in a stream that you were telling people to throw babies as a football.
Yeah.
And what would you say?
What?
What would you say in defense?
Oh, yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do? Not play football?
I can see you're gonna be in court. You're gonna be on the like questioning stand. You're gonna be like, I plead guilty, and they're like, we haven't asked anything yet. I know, but I probably did it.
You just have to hope the judge is a football fan. It'll be fine.
Argo tip 167. Don't throw babies. What's 166? I don't remember giving that many tips.
Don't trust Mike's repairs.
Leaving the kettle on is the same as a humidifier. Technically, I have my humidifier on right now 24/7, but we have a built-in humidifier to our HVAC stuff. So when the heat's not running, I have the fan constantly running, mainly because it's a 3-floor place with not much room or space per floor comparatively. So it's to help circulate the air upwards and keep it upwards. And the humidifier basically runs the whole time, which in Minnesota, where the humidity can drop to absolutely stupid low percentages, having it run constantly does help. But that's different than one plugged into the wall. And this kettle is always plugged in, but unless you actually have the switch down, it's not supposed to be on.
I kind of love that.
I love this. We're just bullshitting.
You know what?
We're bullshitting with drinks.
What I love about that kettle in there, like with the rice cookers and stuff, there's like regulators to help keep it at a certain temperature and stuff. But that kettle's like, we're gonna take every glass amperage and voltage out of that wall, and we're gonna put it in this place.
See, you have 120 volts coming from it. Why not use it all?
It's using all. I was like, man, that boils water fast, and now I know why. Because it is just like, take that water. it does not hold back.
It's like saying that you need to crush some cans, so you just put it behind the tire of your car and roll over it.
It's like what that thing is doing. It's impressive. It brings water to a boil in like a minute.
Yeah, well, no, it's not a minute. It's about 3 minutes. For 4 cups of liquid, which is normally what I'll use for a single, otherwise about 7 to 8 cups for both me and Michael are going to have coffee. It'll take about 3 minutes for the 4 cups and probably about 4 to 5 for the 8 cups. But that is still really quick to bring water from like chill during wintertime to a boil, for sure.
It's quick. Like the stove top takes.
Do you want me to get you a new electric kettle? No, I'm good. If I was going to pick a new one, I already have an idea of what I would want to get. And this one works fine. And actually, because that one was broken for a while, I was just literally putting a pot on the stove. And then I would pour it into the kettle, which had me concerned that I was pouring boiling hot water into a cold kettle. It's one thing if you're heating it up with it, but if you spike the temperature, I was afraid of cracking the glass. So I would pour in a little bit and then like mix it up a little bit. And I was finding the water was actually hotter than the kettle could get it. So the kettle isn't getting it 100% to boiling as much as what I could get on stove. But coffee science. So with coffee, you usually want to brew things. You don't want it at 100 Celsius. You want it below Celsius, 100 Celsius. Usually, depending on the coffee that you're using, you want it like at 90 maybe. So usually they would say, don't use water as hot as possible. Let it cool down first. No, always brew it as hot as possible, because after you're done and you take it off the heat and the motion of it and anything you're doing to interact with that water is going to usually drop it enough of a temperature and transferring to the medium that you're using to put it into that range. If you use it at the correct range and put it in the medium, you're actually going to drop it below that range. So
I hope McDonald's
coffee
isn't
science.
listening.
McDonald's doesn't care. They just have a button they hit and it says large.
They were like injuring people.
That was different. That was people being stupid, and that was before their current system.
Yeah.
That was where they were having an actual temperature meter and somebody put it way too high.
Like the water.
And they were, it's one thing to brew it at the absolute temperature. The preferred temperature to drink coffee is between 55 and 60 Celsius. They had the coffee sitting and drinkable at 95 Celsius. Yeah. That is not the same thing. Brewing it at boiling temperature is not the same as drinking it at boiling temperature. For sure. Listen to Lil Nas. All I know about Lil Nas is his name. I've never heard any of his music. Not really my thing. I'm getting into old fogey range. I'm getting to where I am like new music today is like, what is this newfangled music stuff? This is like, oh, my ears. Oh, like I'm kind of actually getting to that point.
I did watch some show that basically was like how to identify an old person, and they were like getting rid of the old people, and they see this dude with like wearing a Red Hot Chili Peppers t-shirt.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Identifier. And it's just like, no, they're good. They're not that old. And then I had like this moment,
They are.
like, oh,
Like,
they're old now.
if I want to listen to what I would consider like in my brain to still be new age fun music, like
Backstreet Boys.
it's you. I still like. I had a point where I was kind of thinking of the current age, but now I'm defaulting to high school, and for me that was like Killswitch Engage, Disturbed, Matchbox 20.
Good old Incubus.
I don't really listen to Incubus,
They had
but
two good songs.
Drive.
Drive was one of them. And then something about fire.
I know there was at least two, but I can't think
Yeah.
of the name is. I know Drive. There was others though, but they weren't as
Those are the
popular.
two that I heard.
But like, so I default to that time now, and I'm thinking that I'm finding that old fogey syndrome. And I mean, I'm not old in any way, but I think I'm starting to hit that group or that time.
We'll have an intervention for you when you start like telling like Google or what's it to like turn on the yacht rock.
What's it? Do you say what's it?
Yeah.
That right there is aging
What
you.
was it?
That sounds definitely like an old fogey term of I don't know what this technology stuff is called. What is that? Is that an iPod?
That's one of them newfangled iPods. That's an iPod.
iPod?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm working on. I'm gonna get me an 8-pack iPod.
It sounds pretty tasty.
That got creepy.
No.
Don't talk about my iPod as tasty.
What an 8-pack of iPod.
like I need social distancing now. Michael finds me delicious.
Overthrow.
No.
Are you thinking about it? I don't think about it.
I'm thinking about getting more alcohol.
I'm kind of considering it too, but I feel like it might be too much.
Well, I don't know how much you drank before I got here. So.
I've drank 2 of these, and each of these
Before
was
I got here, or that was
no. I usually fill it up about that much with whiskey.
I always try to like space out my drinks at least an hour apart, and then I'm generally okay.
I'm a teen and I feel the same. Well, do know that when you're a teen, like so much about what others' opinions about you matter. And no matter what people tell you and whatever, I was that way too. Like the way that people saw me mattered. And so I tried to adhere to what I felt would be enough to belong. And I found that in doing such, I was actually further pushing myself from those groups. Now I'm 36 and I am now the complete opposite, to where the only person's opinion that matters in my life is my own. But that is not something that you can learn when you're younger. It's something that just came with age. And now when I look back, I feel like, wow, I was fucking stupid. But there's no way you can ever tell anybody in that age group that it's to think differently. It's just part of the biology. When I was like, all of my siblings, most people I've talked with, when I talk to them, normally when you're always thinking like, oh, I miss my high school days, I miss my college days. But then when people hit their 30s, almost everybody I know that hits their 30s goes, fuck everything. 30s are the best years of your life, because that is when you hit that point where the only thing that matters is your own opinion of yourself, and where you start looking at everything. I think you stop caring about the little things and you start worrying about the bigger things, and you realize how many little things were dragging you back. I was 21. 21 is a good age, dude.
It's important to know that just because, like, say, for instance, someone gets upset with you because you poured vegetables into the wrong sink, don't stick your hand in boiling hot water.
Okay,
Because it hurts.
so Michael keeps bringing up things that
really
require
hurts.
context. So Michael has this problem of pouring food into the sink. And I already tell him before, the garbage disposal on a sink is not a garbage can. Don't keep pouring crap in there. And so he goes to pour a ton of like actual vegetables on the sink. The problem was he was not using the garbage disposal side. He was using the other side, meaning he was
to grab the vegetables.
He was pulling legitimately just like full vegetables down a normal tube sink without a garbage disposal. And I'm like, what are you doing? And it was boiling water. And so his brain told him, I need to, so I'm going to shove my hand into this. But it had clogged because of the vegetables hitting the sink. So he shoved his hand into boiling water and he's like, ah! And not only that, he goes, ow. And then immediately goes, back in.
I had to get those vegetables. I had like a decent burn across my hand.
You tried like 3 times.
It hurt for the better part of the day. I put a smile on, but I was like, ow.
I mentioned that something was wrong with it, and then his brain just immediately went to like it overrode all safety measures to fix whatever the problem was.
It was very much an oh no moment. So I had to correct it.
But what you did was the equivalent of like walking up to somebody and like slapping them as hard as you can, and then when you realize you made a mistake, slapping them again. Like,
I hurt you twice. I was slapping myself in order to correct a wrong.
It was funny. It was very entertaining. Yes, it was at Michael's expense, but most of my entertainment is.
I got the vegetables out. That's the important thing to take away from all of this.
And the garbage disposal side has no filter. The other one does, so it would stop most things. But anything that does get through would eventually block it.
The sink was clogged.
Well, no, it was fine now. The only thing that clogged it was your burnt fingers.
That water was still boiling.
Michael. See, this is why, like, in like 10 years, he's going to be sitting here. Well, hopefully he's not sitting there. That 10 years of doing, but like he's gonna like wheel over in his wheelchair with like a missing limb and like half the hair burnt off on one side and a fake eye, and it'd be like whatever.
I told you the story where I lost all the hair on this arm, like because of fire.
Was it because of the sink?
It was because of a turkey.
Did you get in a fight with a turkey?
It was when I cooked.
You can make up anything you want. You can make a brave story about how you lost your hair right now.
This is when I used the ran over trash can lid and built the wood fire under it, and then tried to fry a turkey on top of a trash can lid with the wood fire burning beneath it, and it overflowed, and a big fireball went up, and it took all the hair off my right arm. I told you this story.
Michael, there's something about building a narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about, like, at that moment, the people that are listening know you as the person that's here. You could be anything. You could like, define yourself as anything. And you're just like, I burnt myself with a turkey.
Yeah. The best, the funniest stories.
Did he win? Did you win? Did you win? Never fry a turkey? No. As with most things with Michael, if you do things right, it's fine. But there's the right way. There's the wrong way. And then there's the Michael way.
Look, I had wood and a trash can lid that had been run over by a car. A metal trash can lid. That's what I had to work with. And a big old pot. And I cooked that turkey and it was delicious.
Well, actually, so I almost did one time where I almost burned down my apartment complex to where we were making steaks. And so we took our steaks, we put it on broil, and we put it up right close to the burner, so that we could get like really close for the for nice like sear on the outside. Well, I have some cast iron cookie sheets that I was using for putting them on at the time that were from my grandma. These are from like the 1920s. Those things aren't going to do crap. They are, and they're not going to move at all. They are full cast iron. They are tough. They are built to last. They were 100 years old. But my roommate's parents thought that they were dirty. And so they got us these super cheap new ones that look clean, which got dirty very quickly. But when I used those, when they were in the oven, it popped and it twisted. And in doing so, it took the steaks and shoved it into the burner. And So we start hearing smoke, and the fire alarm goes off, and I open up the oven, and like they're on fire, and it is just like you can see the burn mark from the broiler on the top of it, and there's smoke everywhere, and we're like trying to clean this off, and we had like Rush finally got everything taken care of, and we ended up finishing cooking the steaks, and they were the best steaks I've ever eaten because they were like singed on both sides perfectly. So, if you want a good steak, try to burn down your residence.
Very, very.
Not literally. Don't actually do that. But if you want a good steak, you gotta take risks, and also you gotta apparently not know what the hell you're doing. We were new to living on our own, and we had no idea what we were doing, but they were delicious. And since then, I have learned how to better cook steaks. But it's from that I've learned. Burning steaks actually can net you a good result.
I got a life of depressing, funny stories.
Stupid people have all the fun. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to call Michael stupid?
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm included in that.
That's fair.
I have plenty of stupid stories of stupid things I've done.
Were you ever attacked by a duck after a night of burning green logs doused in diesel fuel?
I was waiting for you to say A Night of Love.
No, it was ducks. We got attacked by ducks in our sleep.
In your sleep?
Yes, we were sleeping.
And so what did you do to these ducks that required them to attack?
These ducks. Long story short, it was me and...
Michael, you say that a lot.
No, I'm going to keep it short.
But it never is.
I'm going to keep it short. Basically, me and 3 other dudes in a very small tent we were basically spooning each other in this tent.
Okay, this got a lot longer.
I didn't mean, no.
You didn't mean to? How do you accidentally spoon?
We said we told them we need both tents, but they're like, no, that tent's big enough, and then we climbed it. It wasn't big enough, but it was pitch black, and we didn't have time to put up another tent, so that's what happened. But
see, this is now a long story.
But you asked questions
because you said accidental spooning. That implies.
I'm trying to make it shorter, and you're making it difficult.
Because you gave me a diversion at the beginning. I need to know more about this accidental spooning.
It didn't help. Then the only wood we had was giant logs. And
wait. You're talking about accidental spooning in wood.
What we had, we were cold. Because we had no fire. Because the diesel fuel didn't get hot enough.
Wait, you're using diesel fuel?
It was the only way to light
This is getting more.
They were cut that day, and nobody thought, hey, this isn't going to burn.
It's the most redneck story possible.
Had diesel fuel. But anyways, back to the ducks. See, the tent had an issue where the zipper broke, right?
There's a lot of issues here, but sure, we'll go with the tent.
We tried to put it over safety pins, but it left huge openings. And we were camping out by a lake, and in the middle of the night, I hear a scream. And one of my friends is screaming, and I'm like trying to figure out why. There are 2 ducks in this tiny tent.
How did they get in?
They got in through the door we couldn't close.
But why did they go in?
It just came in. There were 2 of them.
Why 2 of them?
Because there were 2 ducks.
Apparently, they knew that there was unconventional spooning going on in here, and they wanted to join in.
Part of it. So he's screaming. There's like the ducks are freaking out, and we're all in this tiny ass little tent. And after that, we decided that we were going to call it, and people. It was like 3 a.m. being attacked by ducks, freezing cold because our diesel fuel logs didn't keep us warm.
Your diesel fuel logs?
Yes. Well,
this sounds like the most redneck possible thing.
Pretty redneck. It was Kentucky. I'm from Kentucky. Hello.
Government.
Other people.
Today we celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
You got yourself into Michael. Michael's stories are painful.
They're fun. They're a life of good times.
Mm-hmm. You like everybody will be like telling like a bunch of positive stories, and then Michael will have a story that's related, and they'd be like, "Oh, that reminds me of that one time that we ran over something." And I'd be like, "Michael."
No, wait. I haven't told you everything I've run over. Some of them are depressing.
That implies there are things you've ran over that aren't depressing. Is there things that you ran over that you were like, yay?
I hit a bat once.
You're happy about it?
No, I'm happy.
Well, you're just less depressed?
I was less depressed about the bat.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, I hit a coyote once. That made me more depressed.
Why did you run over a coyote?
I hit the coyote.
But you just said you did.
No, I didn't. It was really late. And it was out in the middle of nowhere, and there were no lights, and a coyote ran out in front of me.
So why did you have him run in front of you?
I guess I was less depressed that it wasn't somebody's dog. Because I thought that might have been the case at first. But it was coyote.
There you are, killing endangered species.
Coyotes, they get active. Like, it would be outside in the middle of the night just burning some brush, and they get, like...
Why are you burning things?
You gotta, like... I lived out on a farm. You had to burn the brush sometimes, because it would all get...
For your rituals?
No, because it would make a mess.
For the rituals of where you sacrifice the coyotes and ducks?
What? We didn't sacrifice ducks. Those got eaten by snapping turtles.
You live in a weird place.
I mean, we clipped the duck's wings so they wouldn't fly away, but then the snapping turtles got them. We tried to get in baby ducklings, but they got eaten by the
I agree with Gustav. What? You live in Georgia? It's Michael's from apparently the redneck capital of the world.
I moved away. I did not enjoy it.
Central government.
No, we had some ducklings, but they got eaten by the raccoons. They got their heads eaten. Like,
remember when I said that Michael just doesn't have positive stories? This is the ones.
These are interesting stories.
No, this is depressing.
Well, no, it was pretty upsetting because like the raccoons like would get him to the edge of the chicken wire, and then they would grab onto him and they would try to pull him through the chicken wire, but they could only get their heads through, so they would just eat their heads and then leave the rest.
Why do you say this with a smile?
Because I know it's gonna get a rise out of you.
Because you're just like decapitation. Jesus Christ!
Whatever, little ducks. I felt bad for him.
See, this is he can never babysit children again. That is a court order.
It's like we heard about what happened to those ducks.
And then I leave you with my kettle. And when I'm worried that I'm like gonna be killed by, and you're like, nothing to worry about. And then you're like, there's murder everywhere.
I'm from Grant County. That's about as close as I'm gonna let you know exactly. You could figure out the general area I'm from that.
Any Michigan people? My sister-in-law is actually from Michigan. She's from what is it? She's a Spartan. I can't remember the college that was. But she's from like the Detroit type area. But other than that, that is the only Michigan person I know myself. Brendan, Florida. Wow, there's actually a lot of America people here today. Agodamon, I like that. We're Minnesota, so we're up in the north.
It's cold.
Government.
They have weird ideas about casserole here.
Says the one that was like talking about raccoons decapitating animals, and you're like spooning in a tent with two other people, and ducks attacking you in the middle of the night, and then you're making fun of our food.
Yeah.
We put a couple ingredients in a dish and call it something different, and then he says that's weird.
It's weird. Right?
It makes no... Yeah, but you're down...
Like, it's not... It's... Look. From the area I'm from, we eat non-weird things like three ways.
We celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
It's different. This is weird. Three ways or not?
So, me and him have a dispute about three ways recently. So, a three-way is chili combined with spaghetti noodles and cheese, correct?
And oyster crackers for being fancy.
Okay. Spaghetti is to him is spaghetti with spaghetti sauce and cheese, right?
Yeah.
Spaghetti sauce and chili.
Yeah.
Are really not that different.
They're very
But to him, they are completely night and day different. They are not the same.
Not the same.
They are not the same.
You're just like, No, you can add beans and onions too, but that would make
No,
a 4 to 5 way.
but it's more of.
See,
it's the flavor.
chat is on my side.
No, no. It's where it's not different enough because it's one thing if you have the chili and the spaghetti with spaghetti sauce and the spaghetti, but then he has all these other things topped on top of it, and the toppings don't matter. They're like exempt.
Yes.
There's 3 varies. There was a lot of varies.
Varies.
It was very, very, very. It's 3 ways different. Or 3 ways vary. I was just sad that I say that I would let Mike babysit my kids, all because I know they would love the stories. Yeah, but when you come back and they're on fire.
Did I ever tell you the story after I hit a deer and had to fill my radiator with like a jug out of puddles for like every few miles out in the pouring rain, and I was soaked
the central
to the bone.
government.
Like, because I would be pulling over like every few miles, not even every few miles, and I had this like jug that had like window washing fluid in it, and I poured all that out and just started like finding clean puddles by the road and filling it up. The rain was coming down hard. It took forever.
And Mia, in regards to being as an Italian, I'm insulted, dude. Looking from Americans' definition of spaghetti is probably nothing compared to what Italian spaghetti is. To where the equivalence of it is our chili and our spaghetti difference is nothing compared to the quality that an Italian spaghetti would be. So Italian spaghetti is already kicking both their asses.
No,
so there is
way better. 3 ways are way better
than Italian spaghetti.
Yeah,
like authentic Italian spaghetti in Italy.
I had spaghetti in Italy.
And you like 3 ways more. It's because you were born and raised on it.
Yeah, but they had good pizza. They did. It was really good.
Which is better, the pizza or the 3 ways?
Like, that's like asking which is better.
The answer.
Like,
answer the question.
God.
Which would you rather have?
I'd rather have the pizza.
Really?
Because I haven't had it that much.
But that doesn't count. It's not flavor based then. It's because it's rarity.
Yeah. Well, there's more variety in pizza.
All I'm reading is the last one. He says, which is crap. I'm going to consider that's just saying that you're crap. Shit.
It's like you are crap.
He has been to Italy for work. I have not. I had the opportunity to, but I quit the job before I had to take a trip. So I never ended up going. But he has actually been to Italy. So he has enjoyed the cuisine. Adding chili to spaghetti makes it Tex-Mex spaghetti.
No, it's a different kind of chili.
And it's not adding chili, but spaghetti noodles. You got to make sure there's that separation. It's not like taking a spaghetti and spaghetti sauce and then adding chili on top. 3 ways are an interesting thing. 3 ways?
Yeah.
Well, great. I could definitely use some bowel movements for sure.
I got some
Overthrow of the
stuff when I was
central
back in
government.
Kentucky.
Okay, I think I can actually move forward with like smoothing this out. Oh.
You never had a ramen sandwich. Talking about ramen and spaghetti. You know what
A ramen sandwich? What is a ramen sandwich?
Imagine dry ramen.
Dry ramen?
Yeah, or you just use it as the bread. What? Like
how do you bite into that without like it spearing your brain?
You never eat dry just ramen dry?
No, because I have standards.
I do it all the time. I'll just grab a brick of ramen and take it upstairs and just like eat it like.
Well, why?
Because it's good.
No, that's called being lazy.
No, it's actually pretty good. It's like a different version of potato chips.
Well, screw it. Why even cook beef? Just take that upstairs.
Because that would make you sick. It's not the same.
He says, no, that's a sin.
You didn't try ramen. No, I'll tell you. Like, you ever had, like, bachelor spaghetti? Talking about spaghetti. Like, you just, like, cooked up some ramen and then you pour a can of sloppy joe on top?
No, I've never had that. Because I don't mind spending a half hour to make a good meal.
That is a good meal. Ramen and sloppy joe is, like we're going to have to do...
There is no meal that you can call good that involves the word sloppy joe.
I agree that sloppy joes are nasty on a bun because they're too messy. But as spaghetti,
That just sounds like lazy.
it's cheap.
It doesn't take that long. How much is spaghetti in a can of spaghetti sauce?
More than
Like $1 more.
than a can of sloppy joe and a pack.
I haven't quite qualified the cost of a can of sloppy joe because it isn't exactly something I buy on the usual. But I am gonna say that a Baratelli or whatever the hell you could buy a can of like Chef Boyardee of the board, and you could make something much more authentic than a freaking sloppy joe
on
and ramen.
Just don't have the flavor packet. That'd be weird.
Why waste at that point? Enjoy the shrimp spaghetti.
You keep the flavor package and you add it like rice or something later.
7-Eleven sell yakisoba on a bun. 7-Eleven's different. This man eats things so weird. Weirdest I've eaten is a bologna and peanut butter sandwich. Peanut butter is one of the weird things that you can put on some other things. Like peanut butter burgers are actually pretty good. So I can kind of understand that.
Just Red Star just
Sloppy ramen Joe sandwiches. See, I'm gonna go with Red Stoner. Like he just like I can't bring over, but it's just sin.
Man, Red Stoner, you ever around the Cincinnati area? You gotta get it
Today
So I got to do the blending, and there's going to be secondary animation involved with this, but the main thing is the main thing that I do the keyframing for a lot of this motion is so that I can ensure that the full body is moving for a lot of these, like between bits. I don't want to have it be like I mentioned before, the head pivoting on everything. I want to make it feel like the full body is moving. And so by doing these keyframings, I'm ensuring that the full body is moving between all these different main sequences. The secondary animation is where I am doing transitionary things or small little motions within things that aren't full body. And so in this, yeah, he's going to just be sitting here not moving for this part, and that is fine. I don't care about that. I can add extra motion to that at later. But the main thing is is this motion correct? And even here, it might seem like a weird motion, like him just going backwards like that. But once I add a blink and once I add a dip with the motion, the secondary motion bits, then that changes and makes it more legit of a motion. I just have to think in my head, is that timing going to work for a dip or whatever? And that's where a lot of these, I'll do a tight middle with a long fall off in either end, because if you do a long middle, it'll be a very smooth motion, and I don't want that. If you do a tight middle with long ends, you'll get kind of a very slight start to the motion and then a very quick middle like that. And so that's where I'm going for. Normally a little bit of the quick middle. That allows a little bit of the transition at the front end. This is the Megasin ramen sandwich. Basically ramen not fully cooked. So not fully cooked is not the same as not cooked at all. Where the 2 squares of ramen is stacked in but like half cooked. The squares are basically the bread of the sandwich. Then you out whatever you want for the sandwich. But why not just use bread?
Well, if you're out of bread,
then go get more bread.
That's hard.
But depending on the bread, ramen as a slice of bread is more expensive than bread.
Yeah, but you don't have any bread.
Then go get freaking bread.
It's all the way at the store. You live out in the boonies. Going to the store is...
Then plan ahead of time.
Well, we didn't, and now all we have is ramen.
Then go run over a coyote and eat that.
I tell you, Kentucky's still being Kentucky. I just got off the phone with my mom about a conversation about them slaughtering pigs across the street when she's...
Today, we celebrate the overthrow...
I'm waiting one day I'm going to come home and you're going to be outside with the neighbor's cat on a spit. And you're just going to be rotating it and be like, Michael, what are you doing? You're like, out of groceries. Like, why don't you just go to the store? The store's all the way over there.
The store's close to here. Back when I was living in Kentucky, it was like an hour drive to the nearest one.
And that's an hour drive, and especially if you think about like pulling up in your covered wagon with your horse and having to shove your rock in the fire to have heat all the way there, and like 4 hours later as you pull into the drive-through at the Wendy's in your covered wagon.
My neighbor did have a wood burning stove as their primary source of heat, so ain't too far off.
Overthrow the central government.
Coyote and ramen sandwich. I don't even know what coyotes taste like.
I don't think I want to know what coyote tastes
I
like.
was waiting for you to be like, it's kind of tough.
They're probably gamey. Like any kind of predator tends to be gamey.
Any why do you know what predators taste like?
I've had animals that eat meat.
Like what?
I've had I've had snake.
I've had alligator and it wasn't very good.
You know what is gamey that they sell at the stores? Goose. Like, have you ever had goose?
Goose is a predator?
No, but it's gamey. It eats meat.
That's a predator.
Yeah.
But you're like, no, it's not a predator. It just kills things.
I had to think about it. I don't really like. They don't have teeth, so you don't think about them.
I thought goose kind of do.
They can hurt if they bite.
Central
Their
government.
beaks are hard.
Central government.
Oh, charging. Now when you go through bread like it's nothing, like my hubby and I go through at least a loaf and a half of bread in a week. I go through about a half a loaf a week. My lunch every day is a wheat toast, peanut butter, and strawberries, and almond milk. So I use a slice a day.
I use two because I have a peanut butter sandwich for
Central government. Central government.
on the weekdays. Weekends I tend to have like
Central
a can
government.
of soup or something, or ramen.
You've only had a can of soup for the last couple days because you were out of ramen, and so you grabbed the next best thing. And so you're like, wow, soup tastes good or sounds good, and it only sounded good because it was the only thing to grab.
If I had ramen, I would have eaten that.
Yeah, so it didn't that soup sounded good. It was that you were lazy, so you went and killed the neighbor's cat.
No.
Bad Michael.
Central government.
I'm actually not much
Central government.
things. I'm big.
Unless I'm not much for killing things. And then after you told us about you running over a coyote.
I didn't mean to run over the coyote.
But you tell that to the coyote.
It did.
I've only hit one animal in my entire life, and
You got lights out.
it wasn't even then. It hit me. Like I was driving down the road, and it came out and it hit the side of my car. I was driving.
Nature's trying to take you out.
I know it's side.
Nature's throwing shit at you.
Yeah, it was going for me. It was driver's door. Left a little dent. So, and that was when I had a sports car, and so I was driving in a 2003 Mitsubishi Tiburon, or not Mitsubishi, Hyundai Tiburon. And this was 2004, so it was only a year old, had like 5,000 miles on it. And so it actually dented the door a little bit. And then when I went to sell it, I was selling it because I was going to go to college and I needed the money. So I decided to just sell my sports car but so I went to sell it, and I ended up selling it to like a 17-year-old kid, to their parent technically. And she wanted it so badly and so quick that they bought it in the middle of the night while I was at work, out of the parking lot that was poorly lit, so they couldn't see the dent on the door. So I was able to keep it at my asking price, which normally was the asking price, and then I was expecting it to go down because of the dent on the door. But because it was poorly lit and she wanted it right then, damn it, they wrote me a full check for the whole amount. He tried to talk me down from it, but he never mentioned the dent, so I said no. He was trying to talk me down because I think I was selling it for $17,500, and he wanted to pay $16,000 because he told his daughter that he would pay, or she could buy something for $16,000 and then he would cover anything above that. And so he didn't want to pay anything out of pocket. I'm like, that's not my problem. So hot dog soup, 1 pound of hot dog, each sliced thin, 1 gallon of water, just 1 can of pork and beans, tears of the hungry. Yeah. Okay. Until the end of that. Yeah. That sounded weird, but yeah, if you're crying into it.
I told you when I tried to turn
semen. Oh no, you can talk about your depressing stories.
No, it's not depressing. I just Don't put
Overthrow
hot
the
dogs in a
central
blender.
government.
It's not going to turn out like you hoped.
Today,
I had hoped to like have chunks of hot dogs that I could use as a replacement for ham or.
You put hot dogs in everything.
Well, yeah, but I tried to like dice.
What
them
was
up.
your most popular meat in tacos?
It was definitely hot dogs, but I didn't do the.
And
blender
what kind of
thing.
hot dog?
Whatever, chicken hot dogs because they're cheaper.
Like Oscar Mayer?
No, I couldn't afford Oscar Mayer. I would buy like.
All right, I am gonna go use the bathroom and grab another drink. You can tell your story.
I would buy like these like 5 pounds of hot dogs, right? Like these big store brand, like huge honking like things of hot dogs, and I would just eat hot dogs all the time. Like a bunch of hot dogs. I'm not doing nothing. No. How do I load? I don't know what you're referring to. I'm trying to. Okay, Derby. So as I was saying about those hot dogs, yeah, I get these huge things of hot dogs, and I put them in everything. I wasn't doing anything, and
I don't hear any hot dog talk.
no, I was talking about the hot dogs. Don't put them in a blender because you don't get chunks of meat to put in your tacos like you expect. You end up with hot dog puree, and it's really but it completely falls apart on you. And then you end up having to clean a blender out. I got a blender. I still got that blender downstairs. I used it one time, and it was only for hot dogs. A brand new blender. I cleaned all the hot dog out of it, so it's fine now. But yeah, you can't turn hot dog into taco meat. I ended up just cutting the hot dog in half and tossing them in. No, she's fine. She's fine. It's fine. The hot dogs.
You're crossing your arms like you're guilty.
I've done nothing wrong.
There's a derpy. Like, I'm like, okay, Michael, tell your story. And then I disappear, and as soon as I go into the bathroom, it goes silent.
That's when you know the children, like when you're a parent and all of a sudden the kids have all gone quiet, you know something's wrong.
All right, let's check the chat here. Let's go backwards here. So, all right, so, for one, Argo, Kyle isn't doing anything.
Thanks,
So
Kelchan.
Kelchan called you
You
Kyle.
know me.
Let's see here. Quick add Derpy to the scene. Sunset, don't push him. Derpy, yes, Derpy. I saw this coming. Yes, Derpy. Nobody say anything.
They won't notice.
See,
There's nothing wrong with this.
this is why I need the drink. You guys are encouraging him to do evil things.
There's nothing evil about Best Force.
Lol, hide it. How do you hide it? All he did... He loaded the old Derpy model, too.
I found a Derpy.
Hide it. Hot dog puree. We can do that with Derpy.
No.
Hide the Derpy. No, leave her. She needs to breathe. Mike, hide the Derpy. Everybody's saying hide the Derpy.
Hide the Derpy.
Argo, I hate to tell you this, but someone broke into your house, snuck in front of Mike, and put a Derpy.
I know. It's horrible, isn't it?
Who would do that?
That's why I wasn't even talking about the hot
Wow.
dogs. I was trying to fight him off.
Wow, and all the time it took me to just use the restroom.
You were in there a while.
Really?
Yeah, I think you passed out. adorable. Oh. See, you're cruel. This is upsetting. Why must you do this?
Well, she wasn't in the shot until now.
He's a bad person. No, I'm gonna get it worse. Because he's a bad person.
Look at her. She's so happy.
Oh,
She's a good horse.
you're so mean. Why would you do this?
She is perfectly fine.
Today we celebrate. Today we.
It's like a lava lamp, but sad and upsetting. He's screaming.
Because she's in pain.
Hey.
All right, she's gone. Oh no, I copied her. Oh wait, yeah. Actually, another thing about it.
No. It's like something out of Greek mythology. It's straight up horrifying. No.
Oh look, they're like siblings. Just posing for a picture.
Like,
All right, Derpy's dead.
oh.
Stupid face. I just did it. You can't breathe. Well, I'm hoping in a good way. If you're hyperventilating because I did something very sad and depressing, I apologize. Actually, I don't apologize.
It's like my stories.
It's like my life.
Yes.
Sad and depressing.
But entertaining.
Today.
That's what's important.
It's entertaining for others as you cry inside. Sombra here. Okay. All right, so I have them transition. So so normally my animating goes in 4 phases. So I've done the first 2 phases. 1 being keyframing, 2 being the blending of the keyframes. And normally you'd think like, oh, that's just blending it. That's not that difficult. It's the timing of it that's difficult, because usually it's a lot of adjusting and moving things around to ensure the timing's correct. Then the third bit that I do is the secondary animation. So that's what the phase I would do now is. Do you not know how hard it is not squeak right now? No squeak. They'll hear you.
Oh no.
All right. So this is where I'll be doing the secondary animation. So secondary animation, at least, and again, I'm never just going for this, so I'm just kind of defining it the way that I would see it, and I'm pretty sure I'm pretty correct. Secondary animation would be, so your primary animation is the animation that is needed to get somebody from one position to another, the bare minimum animation. The secondary animation is the extra little fluff that's needed to make them feel not as robotic and more alive. It's the reason that, like, if I were to open somebody's hand, I'm not going to go from like here to here. I'm probably going to have it like flex and like maybe even bend in a little bit and then like go too far. It's about that little animation that makes things feel imperfect. So you're basically animating imperfection, which is, I guess, a neat way to look at it. But that is actually difficult then. But is also, to me, some of my favorite parts, because sometimes with a teeny amount of work, you can make something like drastically better. If family's trying to watch TV and if I laugh, they'll get mad. Why would they get mad if you laugh? Is it like, what, are you in the same room? I mean, I'll try to tone it down. No, I'm not. Laughing is good. Laughing is good for the soul.
Today.
So you can hear, to get through the secondary animation, I'll kind of see where this is going to begin.
Today.
And when it ends, and you can kind of visually see. And so I'll just grab like these 2 bits. And so in this case, he's going backwards. And so the secondary animation I normally would add is to have him kind of do a dip into that position. So the best way to do that is I'm going to lock the thighs, because normally a dip is going to be a lot in the front, at least in the 4-legged creatures. They're going to be a lot of the dip in the front. So I am going to just dip him. I'm probably going to add more detail to it from here, but right now I need to figure out the timing. So So I think that this needs to be delayed to be more towards the end. Let's try that. Okay, I like that timing. There's going to be other secondary animation I'm going to add on top of this. It's just from doing this enough that I know what I want to add afterwards, and I feel like this is going to work. So I now, because I'm not using a rig, I need to make sure that I move these to match, and then see that it matches. So there's a little bit of compression, meaning I can probably, and by compression I mean you can see like right here that these gray lines are pushing in a little bit, meaning I can probably bend this just a bit more, and I just bend it back until it looks flat and normal. That'll work. And there's a little bit of clipping on the clothing back here, but there is bones on the actual cloth. It's just a jiggle bone. I don't have access to it right now. I'll clean that up in, for the 4th phase. Welcome to lip syncing and animating. You're going to hear the same stuff over and over again. Normally, you can just say, I'll mute it. I don't need to hear all this stuff over and over again. Yes, but there's timing. So I want to time it and make sure that the motions are going in the same points with all the motions that the words are. And so I want to keep hearing the words so that I know that the motions I'm doing are correct. Because sometimes a difference of a frame could actually change the way that the timing of something. So I want to make sure I get that correct. Right. This makes my joints hurt looking at. Yeah, you animating is a lot of bone break. Well, it's a lot of bone breaking with non-IK. So if I had an IK rig is going to be about where the front legs and the back legs are going to be kind of locked into position, and all the other bones are going to try to bend as they need to match. So if I wanted to push him down, that the elbows and everything would bend to try to compress into that same position without moving the actual hands or legs that are on the ground. With a standard evenly distanced limbs, so like for me with a forearm and a bicep that is of even distance from each other, it's a lot easier, because if I pull everything in, my wrist is going to be at equal length to my shoulder. The ponies don't. If I fully compress up to his shoulder, it's only going to hit to here. And that makes things difficult, meaning that if I want to push them down into a prone position,
I stretched mine wrong. I don't think I did my bones right. I should have used a rig.
You look pretty normal to me. You look like you're even more Kentuckian.
This happens. This is what happens when you don't move the limbs properly.
Yes. So because the limbs aren't the same length, it means that if I use a rig and I compress them down as far as I can, they can't actually go down all the way. I'm kind of limited. And the front and the back limbs are actually of different lengths, meaning that if I push it down, one of them isn't going to work correctly. The main thing is the front actually compress into a weird paw shape. The back legs kind of work. But if I want to put them down lower than that, I have to do a lot more manipulation. And it ends up being that I am fighting the rig. Control Z. And I'd rather just not fight the rig. So my way of doing this instead is I lock the limbs, and then I just make sure that any motion I do to the model, I try to equate the equivalent motion to all the other bones to make it match up. That does eventually, if you start putting that one motion on top of another, it will start causing a wobble at the base because of all the small imperfections that are building up compared to having an IK rig. But I just try to make sure I never get to that point. So. So in this case, for these motions, I don't have to worry about it because this is a single motion added into the existing motion. That's just 2. But if I started adding a third or a fourth on top of that, that's when I start having issues. But I don't have to worry because it should be fine for the way I'm doing it. And if I was doing like a full like fight scene where they're jumping around and doing some other weird crap, I would probably add a lot more keyframes and I wouldn't have to deal with this. I could add a keyframe for this like dip, but it probably wouldn't feel natural. This helps it feel more natural. And during a fight scene or something, if things are going super, super quick and they're like jumping and flipping or whatever, I'm probably just going to keyframe it all. And which I have for stuff like that. But as you've seen, keyframes can take a while, especially for a fight scene, because trying to figure out the timing and everything for all those different keyframes is really frustrating. I think one of the ones I did for Twilight on chemistry, I had a keyframe every 2 frames. So that means a keyframe here, 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 here. And that took me that long just to get this whole like 4 seconds long bit of just a couple of keyframes.
Today.
Okay, so when he gets to the end here, this is going to be... So I don't want him just to like hit the top of his motion and stop. He's a living creature, so he should hit that peak, but then kind of settle down to a more realistic position. So what I'm actually going to do for that is I'm going to utilize... they're going to say that this is the other position. I'm going to utilize that position and have it just back off his final position.
Today we celebrate the overthrow.
Okay, that's fine. And then I'm just going to round the very end of it so he keeps moving just a little bit more.
We celebrate the overthrow. Today we celebrate the...
Okay. Now I'm going to add a little bit of secondary animation to the head and neck. I think it's going to be mainly to the neck. Oh, actually, let me first add... so anytime your head is changing a position drastically, it's good to have him blink. So in this case, I'll have him blink. So I don't really care about the timing right now because I can change it later. So what is the difference between these 2 blinks? That's more of a squint. This is a normal blink. So I'm going to do the normal blink. There's an over close. I think that's basically closed and it's not full. Whatever. So does this work?
Today we...
A little bit longer.
Today we...
Nope, actually shorter.
Today we... Today we...
Okay. That'll be fine for now. Is syncing the body emotion easier than syncing the lips to the words? I do not... I just don't like lip syncing. It depends. I think they're both complicated in their own right. Lip syncing the lips to the voice can be easier because all you're having to worry about is matching whatever's being spoken to the actual syllables being spoken at that moment. So you have a very, very close connection. Matching an emotion is very subjective. Like, what do they do in that time and all that? That is, you have a lot more freedom on how to interpret it. As for syncing it, the one nice thing about a lot of it is, say that I felt something didn't sync right, like it was slightly off. Like, so I went here and I felt that his motion here wasn't quite on. I can grab it and literally kind of shift it a little bit in either direction. So I can adjust it in microscopic little bits to try to make it match better. And I do that with lip syncing all the time, to where that's when, because sometimes the audio that's being previewed is being actually heard a couple of frames after what is actually being spoken. So if I find that it is off a little bit, I will sometimes grab it like that and shift it a couple of frames to actually put it more in sync with what is actually going on.
Today,
but in here, I need to have... He is.
Today we celebrate the today.
So now I want to have him dip his head. We're going to have his dip his head a little like that.
Today we...
Try a little quicker.
Today today
I think maybe a little bit more. Let's go with his actual head in here.
today we
So that's like right now it feels fine when I play it, but when I actually like stop it,
today
it feels like I'm a couple frames off. But if I listen to it played, the timing feels right, and that is because of this audio delay. If I hit play and I'm listening to it, it's actually off by a few frames compared to if I scrub it. It's really annoying. I feel like remembering to animate blinking would be hard. No, blinking is actually easy. If you have somebody that's already moving around and animated and like doing a lot of things, blinking is easy. Because I only really animate blinking when they drastically change in their head position. And if you have somebody that's animated and moving around, that's probably going to happen enough that you never have to worry about like adding in a blink for the purpose of blinking. There are times where sometimes you might want to add it separately. Mainly like a background character that's not moving much, you might throw in a blink, but then you just do it every couple seconds, copy paste, and you're done. In this case, for how long this is, normally you'd have to only have a blink once every couple seconds. And for this is 4 seconds. I'm having a blink here, and then I'll have a blink.
We celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
I'll have a blink right here too. So I'll have a blink at the beginning and at the end. Plenty of time to have a blink. Doing a blink correctly is actually a little bit complicated. So one of the things in SFM is you'll notice a blink normally you'd be like is instantaneous, like a single frame motion. Why did I have this flat amount of time where I had the eyes closed? For one, the transition period for this is going to be long enough that I wouldn't want to have the eyes closed. But SFM flexes, which the eyes are flexes, take time to get in a position. And if you only give them a single frame to be closed and then immediately open them back up again, you will almost always have it to where the eyes are going to look like this. They're going to look like they kind of got there, but didn't quite. So the reason that we'll add in a couple of frames of fully closed is it will ensure the eyes will always be fully closed. The higher the quality of the render. So if I start adding on multiple or like multiplying the amount of passes that the software does when doing this render, it's going to give the engine more time to do that. So it'll probably hit that close state a lot quicker. But if I choose like default, which is 4 passes instead of 128, and with no lights on, it'll actually sometimes render so quickly that it'll take 4 to 5 frames for the eyes to fully close. So it's stuff like that that we'll add a couple frames for. I feel like the longer blink is charming. Well, that's great because it works better for me. But no, that's the main reason, at least in SFM, that we would do that. There is ways around that. I had an issue where, was it the Changeling video? There was a blink that I had to do that was quick, and I couldn't get it to render correctly. And so I had to render each frame manually. And what I mean by manually was I had to go into here, and it's on this mode that you'll see it'll actually like render the motion blur and everything. I had to go in here, let it pre-render that actual frame, and I had to kind of do this to like ensure that it all the flexes moved to where it needed to be. I would export this frame individually, then I would go to the next one, and I did that for like 30 frames in a row. And exported instead of using the engine to render things automatically, I manually went frame by frame because it was the only way to do it. So there is that, like actually right now you can see it. His eye is not fully closed, but if I kind of do this, actually that is because that is literally the still transition period. But so you can manually render the whole thing or by hand if you want. And in that case, you can solve that issue. And I could have a single frame that it's closed. But even then, you have the issue of motion blur. So in this case, if you had a blink that was literally, so let's say that you did a blink that would look like, let's say like this. So this is, I have one frame that goes closed and then opens again. Well, Derpy. Michael. So the problem with this is that when rendering something, you have to think about things not in terms of the graphics you are seeing, but in the frames. So the only things that are going to ever be rendered is where this playhead is sitting. So ignore the line that's going through there. Where is what is the scene look like at that exact moment? In this case, the eyes open, the eyes closed, then the eyes open again, meaning that when it is rendered, there will be no transition of the eye from open to closed to open. It will literally be an exactly one frame of it being closed and nothing showing that it blinked. It'll just look like it was turned, like an eyelid was turned off and an eyelid was turned off. So that's the other reason that a lot of these will be spread out. I want to have a couple frames because this first frame might not show up quite right, and this frame might not show the close correctly. But with having this extra bits, it's going to feel better. Maybe it's not realistic, but again, this is magical horses. We'll make some exceptions.
They're real. They're real horses.
Yep, they're real fake horses.
Wow. You just hurt those real fake horses' feelings.
Derpy is real.
She's real to me. So sad. So sad. It's like Santa.
So I do feel like when he goes kind of sideways like this, I almost feel like he needs to have a bit of sideways motion.
Today.
I can't remember which direction to have him go. Like this? No, the other way.
Today.
His clothes are having the same clipping issues as the game Cyberpunk. I've heard that game is like buggy to all heck.
It's day one.
Today.
I plan to play it once I have a RTX graphics card.
I plan to play it once they've had time to work out some of the issues with it. There's quite a few. I watched some people play it. There's crashing has been a problem for just about everybody playing it.
Well, that when people were complaining that the game was delayed into December, and that is so that they could release the giant patch. Imagine what the game looked like before.
Probably
much worse.
It's hard to imagine much worse because I've seen some real gems from just our friends. Like, not just random people on the internet, but just people we know playing the game and just crazy things happening. Legs disappearing, cars just flipping through the air, hovering objects.
Because they wanted to jump on it day one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll wait a couple weeks. Well, I'll wait probably a couple months.
Yeah.
I'll get a 30 series graphics card to where I can actually enjoy the game the way that it probably should be. And then by then, there will be plenty of patches. The game will be running perfectly fine.
I'm sure my computer could run it just fine now as it is.
Your 2070 Super?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're running perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Well, probably with ray tracing off. Because even if you put ray tracing on and put like graphics ultra, you're probably going to be running at like 40 frames a second.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm running a 1080 Ti, which actually I finally was able to test today. So I did enable it. I'm not running it right now, but I enabled I finally tweaked my graphics card for an overclock. Figured out what my graphics card can put out without increasing its voltage. And I was able to get an extra average of 6 frames a second on Final Fantasy 15. And that is the most intensive game I can play right now on my hardware, like in terms of like everything else that's going on.
Alex is probably more intensive.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to tell that as much on the frames. There it was from playing it as much as I've been able to watch. So I had one scene that was looking at, I was running at 71. And then when I turned on the overclock, I was running at 77 to 80. So it was actually a decent increase. And I don't have that game running on Ultra.
Yeah.
I turned down the settings that were the most impactful on frame rate. Being, again, I have a 144 hertz 2K monitor, so I would prefer to play a game at lower settings at a higher frame rate because my monitor can utilize it. And so I will always I turn on a lot of games to like medium or medium high. Texture quality is I always put it ultra because the 1080 Ti is like, I think 14 gigs of video RAM. It has plenty of video RAM. So I can usually put textures up all the way, but it's usually shadows and like the intensive stuff that I'll turn down. But I do want a 30 series. I want a 3080. But I'll get it when it's available. Probably. I was on one of the streams earlier today that was like showing the update status for the graphics cards. And one of the guys was on there saying, I found one of the 3080s on the aftermarket for only $100 more than base price. I think I'm going to buy it. And one of the persons was like, yeah, that sounds like a good deal. I'm like, no, that is not a good deal. You're paying $100 more because you can't wait a couple more weeks. That is ridiculous.
It's been a few months.
I can understand if you legitimately had a graphics card die, you have nothing. Absolutely nothing that'll run, and so it's either that or buy something else for much more than $100 to work in the intermediate. No, you are supporting the culture.
Yeah, the whole issue of why it's so hard to get a card right now. These scalpers.
GPU is a bottleneck now with an RTX 1070, or are you talking 2070? Because you wouldn't have an RTX 1070.
There were 1070 cards, though, weren't there?
They were 1070, but they weren't RTX.
Oh.
They were GTX. I don't remember what they called them. Right now, I have a 9700K overclocked on mine, and if almost any graphical intensive game that I run, my graphics card runs at 100% and my CPU will run anywhere from 50 to 70%. So my bottleneck is very much my GPU. I do want to get one of the Ryzen 5000 chips, but again, I'm just going to wait till they're available. I can play everything fine right now. Would I like to have an upgrade? Sure. Am I going to literally spend hundreds of dollars because I'm impatient? No. I could easily afford it, but why? I can play everything that's right now. But again, if I legitimately didn't have a running graphics card and so I had to get something anyway, I wouldn't mind spending $100 more to purchase such because it would be cheaper than buying something else to work in the meantime.
Micro Center has them available right now.
Hmm?
They're selling for $809, but Micro Center's got them.
It says buying options.
Let's visit the site. Let's see.
Yeah. What's available and what's in stock is different. The average amount,
sold out.
the average time that something is sitting in stock right now that I've seen is anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Anything more than that, and they're sold out.
Yeah. Well, at least Micro Center was doing one per household, but they're already sold out.
The power to run things with bottleneck is a cooling system. I would always double check to figure out what your bottleneck is before you purchase anything, just because it's always better to know. For me, I know what mine is because I've just played with my system enough. I've watched the numbers, I've watched the temperatures. I have overclocked my processor because I have a U12 in Noctua. I have cooling enough in my processor that I was able to overclock it by like 8%. My graphics card I was able to overclock by about 6% on air without voltage changes. If I did voltage changes, probably could even get more. Or liquid, you definitely could get more, but I don't want to do liquid. And so it's good to know exactly what the cause of your bottleneck is, because if you upgrade a ton of stuff, yeah, you might solve your bottleneck, but you could have maybe gotten very, very similar performance out of something for a lot less. But it depends. I have a lot more flexible income, so I don't mind spending extra to do some of the upgrades more often. But a couple years ago, it would have been a completely different story. I bought a 1080 Ti 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Yeah, about 2.5 years ago. And I spent like $700 on it. And at that time, that $700 was expensive to me. But it was very beneficial. It's helped me out for the last couple of years for a lot of the animating stuff. SFM is very much a single GPU setup, so it did help because I was going from 900 series lower end to graphics card setup, which SFM doesn't utilize two graphics cards, so it was very performance capped. Thank you for the follow. Manta Ray. I've been drinking, sorry. My laptop is an MSI with a GTX 1060, but it still runs way too hot to play many games. Well, you can get a cooling pad or something for those, but laptops I wouldn't be able to help you much on because I have a gaming laptop, but it's kind of, I think it's an MSI. Yeah, I have an MSI laptop, gaming laptop, but I don't like it very much. I think it has a 1070 in it. It has other issues. Gaming runs great. Everything else about it runs poorly. Well, hello, Banner. Right now we're just talking computer stuff. Laptop cooling pads exist for a reason. I've almost considered getting a laptop cooling pad for my work laptop because that little laptop actually has it doesn't have a graphics card, but it has like a beast. It's an i7 in it, and it's like a super thin laptop. But I have it right now sitting on my kitchen table, and the heat. Thanks for the follow, Banner. The heat from it on the finish of the table has caused it to soften, and so I almost want to get a heating pad, not for performance, but just to keep it off the wood. It's fine if it's running for a short term, but I've been running it there for like 9 months now. Not 9 months. Holy crap! It has been 9 months.
Yeah, we've been at this for a while now.
No. 8 months. It was towards the end of March that I started. And even then I wasn't working at that table. I was working upstairs or here for a bit. We're playing with knives in a way. But yeah, I've been looking into getting a laptop cooling pad for that. I've also thought about just putting a piece of cardboard down just to create a buffer. When the processor for the computer, if I'm like doing large spreadsheets, will sometimes start kicking in, it will get warm. It's not burnt wood, but it's just the finish on the top, and it is an expensive table. That kitchen table is like a $1,500 table with the 4 chairs. I didn't pay for it. My old roommate just gave it to me because he moved home with his parents and didn't want to bring it with. But it is a nice table. I don't want to get rid of it. And I will be putting out in the next probably week and a half, before the end of the year, I'm planning on putting out 3 videos that are going to be out for patrons and Twitch subscribers. That's going to go over like year in review going forward, and kind of showing actually like the setup of the table I have here, some of the upgrades I've done this year, and a lot of the behind the scenes stuff I plan to make. I'm just waiting for a memory card to come in that can actually record on this camera in better quality than MP4. So just waiting on that to come in. Probably be early next week. You want to see more horses and more knives? Working on it.
Today we.
So I like the dip here, but I feel like, should I turn it like this? I want to delay it a little bit, that twist, but I'm afraid to. I think I can. I just can't do pelvis. If I do chest 2, I can get. Is that all that changes with him for chest 2? Maybe not.
Today we.
I'll keep it, but it's dangerous. It's one of those motions where if it's not exactly matching up with other motions, but it's very similar and it's off by just a frame or two, other motions when added on top of that can sometimes start negating that motion or blending it weird or just causing other issues. And I'll keep it because I don't think I'm going to have anything else really layered on top of it otherwise, but it just... Because it's, as you can see here with this motion, because I did a physical position change, it's a flat line. And most position changes on here, when they're done in very small amounts, don't round correctly. Meaning that because it is a flat line, if I went and moved it to, did another motion like further down the line on a different bone at this position, it's going to affect this flat line in trying to put another flat line on top of that. And sometimes it will just completely negate and remove it, which will break the original motion. SFM. I was half expecting Argo to stick a knife in the hood and mess around with it. No, I'm not going to murder anything. We're only murdering Celestia here. Allegedly.
She doesn't count anyways. She's not Luna.
No, there's a knife. Okay, so for people that don't know what the idea for this is, because there's more people here or different people here. Thanks for the follow, Balor. I'll just play it again here. Though do know that these 3 scenes right here are at a different map completely, and I'm not going to jump to it, but it gives the premise across. So I'll just play that.
Today we celebrate the overthrow of the central government. It's time to kill someone. You be careful out there, champ. Bye-bye. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. You did it. I knew I could count on you. You've come too far to stop now. If anyone can kill all those things, it's you.
No, Trixie, she's a little murderer. Love the kick slides off the knife. Yeah, so there's a lot of details. Don't know why I cut out there, but there's a lot of details that aren't quite in here yet. It's to me, the whole idea of doing a lot of this, like the planning for the scenes, is getting the idea from my brain onto paper enough that I can have the general ideas. So the idea in my head isn't just isn't an impossible thing that I think is possible. And so by putting it in physical form, I now know what is possible. So there's definitely a lot of changes and a lot of things that are through here that I want to do and are just not possible yet without putting a lot more detail in. Is this going on YouTube? You're going to be demonetized so quickly. Well, there's yes and no. So it depends on how you go about it. So the idea here was I was going to put ketchup on the table here. And nothing about it is spoken or brought about to show any direct violence. It's no different than like if I were to put blood on the knife, then that would be different, but there's not. I've thought about it, but that would be also an issue. So there's a fine line and it depends on how you want to skate it. When you do the monetization stuff, you're required to answer a few questions. And so I can put like minor violence on there, but I don't show any actual violence. There's no violence. There's implied violence, but there's no actual violence. And so that's where you have this skating the line thing. And YouTube doesn't know all that directly. YouTube would have to, based on the information it's given, know what was happening. So that's where I'm pretty sure it's fine. I have to look up some of the info on it. A lot of the joke for what's working for Trixie being here only works if there is blood shown. Otherwise, if she comes back and all she has is the cake, then that implies nothing. So I have to see. You'd like to play jumper with it. It's more of, I have changed things in the last half year to where I've been trying to focus on providing content that is monetizable, where before I didn't care and it screwed me over quite a lot. So I've been trying to focus on that more. But from an animator's perspective, YouTube as a monetizing platform is not a revenue stream. Right now it's working out because Patreon isn't something that I've been pushing to grow. But in the what YouTube really wants is they want weekly videos or more that are of 20 minutes length or longer. I am right now putting out a video every 2 weeks or more, and they are generally well under that. Well, if I just do animations, it's only in the a minute range. That is not in the range for a YouTube to support anybody making anything anymore. Normally your CPM or your was it cost per million or something? It's how much you would make per so many views. That amount is based on how long the video is. If I only make some that can go up to $6 or $7 or $8 per 1,000 views. Generally for the videos that I make, it's $1 or $2. So I'm sitting at less than a fourth of what is potential because I've decided I'm not going to be sticking in the 20-minute range every week, which is what most YouTubers would do to maximize output. So, and then sponsorship are also difficult. How do you do a sponsorship on a minute video? Do you make a minute sponsorship and then make it a 2-minute video? Doesn't really work. Therefore, if you want to make a living off of doing animation on YouTube, you have to rely on the community itself to support you. And so that's why I am planning changes early next year for Patreon to see if I can potentially do that. So whether or not YouTube's monetize something or not is, at least in the long run, not as important. Ethan from Celestia Dressel and threatening the cake. The main reason I have her with the cake in this one is, for the joke. But then it's about the demonetization thing. How do you imply that what things are shown are given context? If she has a bunch of Red Hunter, I could state they were fighting over cake. Trixie won. And if there was ketchup on the table, it was something that was taken out at that time. And actually, I can just throw that on there now, I think.
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, I'm providing enough things in the shots to give context to what is shown without without violence being the direct cause of it. It's the same like when a children's show gives an innuendo.
It's what he's doing right now is he's going to come back to stream and I'm going to be gone and he's going to be covered in ketchup. You guys just don't ask the questions.
No, that's not ketchup. That's not the
McDonald's ketchup.
I can't use that.
It's got branding on it. Where'd that even come from?
That's not. I was hoping for a Kemp's bottle.
Well, that's a ketchup bottle. That's like a standard generic as they get ketchup.
I know, but I was hoping for I wanted a sponsorship from Heinz.
For the kind of ketchup bottles you would see at Grill Outs.
And the reason they're floating in the air right now is that technically they're in a different map, and in that map, this is their XYZ positioning. I just haven't swapped that for that shot. Oh, this is not the shot that I need to. No, this is a shot I need to worry about it in. Probably put it there. So at least it's visible, but it's not in the way of things. And I'm just going to imply that that's the right height. Yeah, a lot of people just started adding fill into their content to get time over 20 minutes. Yeah, and the other thing, and it frustrates me when YouTubers do it, but at the same time, I 100% understand and I'm okay with them doing it, is clickbait. Is 3 emotes shared. Well, thank you. Well, I appreciate it. I know I do appreciate it. It is when it comes to YouTube and Twitch and the monetization stuff. That's one thing I'm going to be putting out a video on. I already have a full-time job, so everything that I'm on Twitch and YouTube, I put back into the platform. I am currently this year from YouTube, Patreon, Twitch, and other donation stuff, I am at, if you remove what I've spent on stuff specifically for the content, I am at plus $13. So I am very close to breaking even. And in terms of taxes, mainly that's the reason I'm doing it, is I don't want to spend any taxes on it. So I'm investing it all right back. I can write off about $100 for my desk space for where I live. So I'm fine in that regard. But I do appreciate it because it's made a lot of stuff possible. Trust me. But it is, YouTube is a different platform now. The algorithm has prioritized content that I legitimately am unable to produce. So it is therefore not a platform that I could make my primary source of any type of income going forward. So that is where YouTube is hard to please. YouTube's algorithm is just looking at what's popular, and people find, and so it is prioritizing longer content because that is what people are apparently watching. I'm not going to blame YouTube for that. And it's the same thing of say that one person makes a 20-minute video and another person makes 4 or 5-minute videos. All of that, it's still 20 minutes of content. So it has to figure out which is better. Which does it want to push? Does it want to push somebody doing 4 or 5-minute videos, or does it want to push somebody doing 1 20-minute video? It found apparently that more people would prefer to watch the 1 20-minute over the 4 or 5-minute. So it was pushing, and it prioritizes that types of content. I do need to do a little bit more math into the numbers for everything to figure out some stuff, mainly about pony versus non-pony going forward. But I need to look into the numbers for stuff, because thankfully, one thing that is really cool with YouTube is their analytics is super complex in a good way. Like there is a ton of data you can pull from stuff. So I'm like, it is, you can get a lot of neat information out of things. I want to figure out if she doesn't, the whole time she doesn't change her face.
No. Just like,
When I brought up before that I was trying to figure out like what is the, like, I knew the face that she's using is something that I've known before, and I was following a character idea that I've seen before.
Innocence.
But no, I remembered what it was for Lorga. The Starlight.
Right, where she's just like up to something, but she's just like,
yeah, and that's essentially what I'm doing. So I thought that technically I could put Starlight in all these positions and then utilize that similar character.
I think Trixie's is better though.
But I kind of like Trixie. I just like the hello, my name is Trixie.
Because Trixie's always kind of like the one who never really redeemed herself entirely. She's more like, okay,
Today
she's fine,
we celebrate
it's fine.
the overthrow of the central
Trixie,
government.
Get that out of your mouth. Trixie.
Well, plus I really liked her doing that look in the Applejack video.
Yeah.
It just really worked. And I mean, somebody made a fan art of that specific shot. So, or her look. So because of that, I felt like in here, it would be more fun to utilize that character again. And I don't mind running jokes as long as I am not taking the same joke and continuously running with it in a row. So I want to do more of the changeling thing, but I didn't want to do the changeling thing and then another changeling thing right away. So I went to the Applejack thing, found a funny joke with Trixie, and I'm going to make another one that's more of a focus on that. And then probably the next big pony thing I'll do would probably be another changeling thing.
Yeah. So
that I'm mixing it up. Trixie, what do you have? A knife? Well, and the whole idea with this is that everybody else is fairly normal. And Trixie is just going along with it. And she is always going to have this blank look on her face of, he told me to do it, so I'm just going to do it. And that is kind of the idea behind like the name tag, of where she's just like, hello, my name is Trixie. To where if somebody were to ask, what are you doing? And her response would be, hello, my name is Trixie.
One of the things I always liked about Trixie's character, that she did horrible things, but she never once apologized for any of it. Like, I think the closest thing
She's an asshole.
Yeah, the closest she ever gave to an apology was to Starlight after she realized she pissed her off.
She was initially an asshole that was just an asshole.
Yeah.
Later on, she became an asshole and a troll that was entertaining. So her character was difficult. And I don't like the character, but in the correct way.
Yeah.
It's the same reason of like, if they have a villain and you absolutely despise the villain as a villain, maybe then they did the villain right. So it's in that way. I think they built her character correct, because I just don't like the character in the way that the character should be. Yeah. So no, they did it right. I don't like her in the ways that in every way that it should be that I don't like her.
And my favorite episode with her is definitely the one where she teleports the table.
I know, and that frustrated me. But it's not that I was frustrated because she was stupid. I was looking at it from Starlight's perspective and I was frustrated for her.
Like she's just like, I was thinking about those nuts.
Today
like
we
them,
celebrate.
And she's just smiling. And it's like, Starlight, we gotta find the map. Pixie. Where do you think you sent it? She's like, this is just great. She just does not care.
Today,
thinking of I was just thinking of some future stuff. What I was considering doing, because we did the request stream. What is it, like probably a month ago at this point. I was thinking in the future what I wanted to do is I need to figure out timing, and I don't know how well it's going to work. Kyle's going to be back in town again soon, and I know you wanted to hang out at some point. So I really want to, and I don't, and it highly depends on timing. What I really want to do is, if Kyle is back in town, because he's in National Guard training right now, if he's available on a Friday, I would really like him to come in on a Friday stream and do a request stream, but drink heavily. So I want to see if I can match requests and keep up with things well under the influence. I think that would be fun.
You think that's possible?
I was animating. I probably had a little bit too much to drink yesterday. And at that point, I was still working on things, and like in a serious sense, and still able to keep up with it. So I want to see how possible it is, because I think it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Sure. As long as it's only like 2 or 3 hours long. But I think that would be fun.
Tired.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Like right now, I kind of came down a little bit and then had another drink. But I think that'd be fun. Because Kyle wanted to be a part of a stream, and I think that would be a way to do it. And he wanted to come over for some drinks, but we really can't do a public thing. So we'll see. I think it'd be fun. But that would probably be in like next Friday or the Tuesday after that. I'm not sure. Your Twitch oofed. New Patreon. Oh, dude, just. I don't have my thing set up, but no, any support people give is you did. I see it. Snow Pup.
Support for
because that's no, I appreciate it. I am actually planning to change things in the next. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I actually, it is. I have it email me every time, and it is always a joy to see that. So I definitely appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thanks for the follow, Misty. No, I plan next year, and I'll be putting out some more information once I have 100% locked down. But it will be to where anybody because right now Patreon is just set up to where if you donate anything, and I think $1 the minimum, but just anything, you basically get access to behind the scenes stuff if I ever put it up, but basically early access. So I usually put videos up there like a day or two at least early, sometimes up to a week. I want to, and I plan to, starting next year, add additional tiers that will have people added to credits. So, and there'll be the plan right now is to have 2 different tiers that, depending on how much people are donating, will enable them to be added to specific types of videos for, in the credits of stuff. But there will be a limit to how many people are into that. But I'm still working on that. I need to think about it a bit more, because there's one thing to think about where it is currently and then where it could be if you added infinite numbers into the future. And right now Patreon to me has very little value. The reason Patreon originally existed was because people were asking to support and they didn't care about return. That is amazing. I think that's great. But I feel like if I wanted it to grow, there has to be a return. And I don't know. I had to figure out not only what is possible, but what I'm willing to do. And I have a full-time job. I work 40 hours a week. So I don't want to do anything that's going to put me in a position that I am unable to keep up with. Because if I'm unable to fulfill a promise, then to me, then I shouldn't have done it to begin with. So I want to make sure I am looking into it 110% to make sure that anything I go forward with is something that I can support. Name on the knife. Snowpup is your pony, LC. That is a cute name. I approve. Name on the knife. I am not putting your name on the knife. That's like saying it is like
say name of the knife.
You know what? Just because you know what we're gonna do. We're gonna go. Okay, for this one shot when the knife first pops up, we're gonna say this. We're gonna say the name's name. The name's name is Snowpup. There we go. It is now named in this one shot. It's a lot of work to go through all the shots. So, yeah, but the knife's name is Snowpup now. So we at least in the background. There you go. Thank you very much.
Today we celebrate the.
Okay. Anyway, so for secondary animation here, what are we doing here?
Today we celebrate. Day.
So there's still going to be a lot of animation for like eye blinking, and the one thing I would normally still add, at least at this point, is
day
for the eye movement. So okay, well, you redeem voice impression. Michael's the one that does the voice impressions, so. Today we celebrate doesn't say much. That does mean though, you can make him say whatever you want in whatever voice. So let me know what I have to make him say.
When you put it like that.
No, normally what I'll do for the eyes here though is I'll put them down a little bit, so that they follow the eyelids. I think it's a pretty good middle ground.
Today we.
That's pretty. Actually, I might move this.
Today we.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Asked my dad for a Prime sub, but he wants to look into it tomorrow. Oh, don't think.
Prime rib sub sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'd want that far more.
Do know that like I appreciate any support that people give, but don't think that it is one of those things of like no content is going to exist if that doesn't happen. No, I still plan on going forward with stuff. Just the same no matter what. The main reason I want to try to grow things is because if I can grow things, I want to invest everything that comes in for doing things for Patreon, for YouTube, for Twitch, everything in one bucket and put it back into making the content. And for the last couple of months, what that has been is for reinvesting in hardware, because for stream stuff, I was using a really cheap webcam, no lighting, and it was just really poor. Now I have a Sony a6000 camera. I have some GVM like 800 lights. That quality has went up. I got a stream PC that also is a secondary data storage, so that I actually am now no longer running out of data storage for all my renders and streams. That was actually a legitimate issue I was running into, where I was maxing out my hard drives, and a lot of that stuff helped. So, but now I'm basically caught up on hardware stuff. So now I can start investing in labor. So I want to start putting to where people for editing. So the stream highlights, instead of me editing them, find somebody else that can do it for me. And therefore I can offload some of the work on my work on other people and help and alleviating some of the time for the stuff that I do. Secondary, voice acting, lip syncing. I want to offload lip syncing. I already have somebody in mind to ask, actually 2 different people to potentially ask. There's 2 different people I potentially want to ask for that, mainly because having a single source on something like that is, if something comes up, you don't want to rely on a single source. To have 2 different sources, so that helps me offload some of the work that I would normally maybe not want to do as much to other people that then can financially benefit from it, and then that can give me more time to focus on the stuff that matters. So that's the intent. So the idea is right now that everything that comes in from Twitch, Patreon, YouTube is going to 100%, not like 90%, not part or anything, is 100% going to go back into it. If that grows enough, then I will look into whether or not it is self-supporting. But as of right now, it is not. So, but it's enough to where I can start bringing in the help. So I do not want to keep any of it. There's no point in it. I am 100% comfortable with what I make. I have a good job. So I have a good job right now. I'm satisfied with what I'm fine. I own a house and I'm saving for retirement. I'm good in that regard. So anything else plus that, I might as well try to grow things. I volunteer as tribute. I appreciate if you're able to, great, but don't think you have to. That's the thing. It's for those people that have the ability and that really want to support. That's awesome. It's for those people that originally were like, I just want to support and don't care about return. It's for a lot of those people. I want to try to make Patreon more valuable, but it's only because I feel bad about it otherwise. Even though that's the most people that are there because they just care about stuff coming out and they want to support. That's awesome. And Patreon is very, very helpful. Which again, I'll be putting out a video for patrons later in about a week.
Send all your tributes as pizza.
What is pizza?
Yes.
Also towards pizza for Michael to eat on stream. Michael eats because I start the stream at 6 my time and he gets home at like 5:55.
Yeah,
so,
I get home like minutes before.
Okay, and just to make sure that we don't miss that. So he did say that he wants you to do Sombra's voice of "Today We Celebrate."
Do the right in my face.
Hold on, I can't get it.
No. I'm thinking of Sombra's voice when he originally appeared, when he was like more.
Well, that was just crystals.
That was crystals.
But he had a voice afterwards.
Yeah, he did, but I think it was just like a slightly like snooty voice. Like he was just like, oh, that was Sombra, right? He was just, oh, today we celebrate. Oh, that's Sombra, right?
Hold on, I could do that voice better.
Oh, wow.
No, this is so.
Everywhere there's critics.
Hold on, I gotta set this up. So. There we go. So Draft had originally said it was my posh voice, and it was the my name is Sombra. Today we celebrate with cake. I have so much money. Wait, we need to do this with like him.
Yes, we're pretty sure this is how he sounded in the last season.
Like, my name is Sombra. It actually doesn't work with his mouth. Wait, let me check. Maybe I can do the gin.
Well, that was the thing.
The jaw
like,
there.
When he appeared in season 3, he had like a rumble.
Hello.
Like, snooty.
Yeah, he was a little bit more snooty. I'll give you snooty.
Snooty. That's what he was. He was like himself.
Just catch up here. A volunteer's tribute. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thinking about making a barbecue sausage, cheese, and ramen sub sandwich. The later it gets into the night, the better that sounds. What's your job? I can only give some small details of my job because of the stipulations on it.
Circus clown.
I am a quality analyst at a defense contractor. That is the most I can say. by my per job restrictions. That's the most I can say. But it is, I am fine on my own in that regard. But it is a 40-hour a week job. So anything I do for animating, so like I stream 5 hours a week, 2 hours on Tuesday, 3 hours on Friday, but I usually spend an hour of prep on both. Sounds like a lot, but trying to put a GIF together, prepping everything, getting all the lights set up, testing all the audio, that does take about an hour. So it's about 7 hours a week on top of any other animating work. So it adds up. And so that's where it's hard to do a ton of content when you're already working 40 hours a week and sleeping and living.
You need to stop that sleeping crap.
I'll be having a video out for patrons out in the next week or two that's going to talk about what what expectations I'm putting on myself going into 2021 are. I already have a lot of that planned out and written out, but that's patron info. So if you're and Twitch subscriber, though, that'll be put on Discord because I can't really put it on Twitch. Here comes the noise gate. I don't have a noise gate, but I have a condenser. So if I get louder, it should condense it down. And I'm still working on tweaking the audio over time for sure. I'm newer to this stuff. I have a really nice mic. I have a, this is a, so let me see if I can get it.
Talking about that thing.
So I have a, it's a fancy mic, but it is a, Blue Spark Black Edition because I wanted it black. And I am planning on technically getting a second one, though I have to look up more information on dual condenser mic within small distance for him so that you can actually hear him.
How much does that mic cost?
It's a $200 mic.
I see.
But I got a coupon recently so if you ever need audio equipment, I will recommend check out Sweetwater. Sweetwater is where I ended up getting this one from, and the stand and the cord and stuff, because they are probably the most customer oriented, easygoing company online that doesn't cost any more than anywhere else. And I've bought a couple things from them now, and every time I've had a very personal experience with personal contact with real people, where somebody actually called me on the phone. So to figure out something that was on the order that they weren't sure about. That is actually very cool. And it didn't cost me any more. It was just really good. So if you're looking for AV type equipment stuff, actually really good. I do recommend them. But yeah, there's definitely much more expensive mics. I ended up going with this one mainly because I like the look of it, and it was anything higher than this got much, much more expensive. So I was fitting within my budget. So, but Michael right now is quiet, so I wanted to try to get him something.
Hello.
Yeah, but I need to make sure that it's not going to cause an issue. My old mic used to be a USB mic. This is an XLR. Adam the Amazing had recently sold me his old XLR mixer, and so that's what I'm using. It has 2 inputs, so that's where I thought I can actually get a second mic. And the main concern I have with getting 2 condensers is not for having delay or echo. It's more of that you will hear me in his mic, and his mic will hear mine, and whether or not that slight echo, that slight pickup in the background is going to be disturbing or distracting. I think Osambra's looks like he's staring into your soul. A little bit.
What is that?
A little bit. He's.
Hey, you're not gonna blow me up with some rainbows, are you? I don't like that. It hurts.
Actually, this kind of looks like a Tinder profile.
Yeah. This is dating. That's how White Tricky showed up.
Wait. Let's get his Tinder profile.
Oh no.
Oh wait, I gotta unlock his foot.
His foot's getting stuck.
Oh wow, that's a little broken. There we go.
The horse's legs are supposed to bend that far. It's waving. It's like, hello. Yes. It's like, come hang out at my cool castle. Self-made maniac.
So if you ever see me do this, where I do this on the head, it's because if you look here, there's a lot of bones, but head is not a visible bone. It is not a visual dot to click. And so I don't know where to click. So, but when you circle things, it'll actually show up. So you can see here, head shows up right here. So by doing this, I now know where to click. So that is the reason that I do that.
Well, he does
there.
have an OC.
That is see, that's awesome. He is adorable. Then actually, I've wanted to work with Somber for a while. And originally, I had a different idea for a video that was going to use Starlight because I found a song that had a voice actor that sound, not a voice actor, a singer that sounded amazingly like Starlight Glimmer. And it would have been a really, really neat video that would have ended up being a partial shipping video, kind of. But the reason, and I would have loved to do it, but the reason I didn't was because I changed my policy on the use of copyrighted material, mainly because, and I've covered this on the stream before, of my use of copyrighted material prior hasn't run me into trouble in terms of copyright. It has run me into a reduction in potential earnings, to where if just for an example, if Remembrance, Luna's Banishment, and Twidash were monetized, Twidash is a little different because that was a different situation. But if those three alone were monetized, I could have quit my job years ago and worked this full time just off the revenue that those would have gained. So because of choices I made on using content that was copyrighted, not to say that that anything that was made of equivalent using other music would have been of the same quality. I actually don't think it would have been. But if they were to have the same amount of view count at this point and been monetized, I actually would have made enough to quit my job and be full-time right now off of just some of those videos alone. Because of that, I don't want to make the mistake going forward. So I have stopped utilizing such without to where I'm going to get myself where I'm not going to make things back that could potentially be used to improve content going forward. Would your cutie mark be if you were a pony? I actually have one. Let me see here. I have one. It's right there. So it was actually helped by the community to build it a little bit, but it's a white coffee cup with the SFM pony symbol on it. And I actually have an actual white coffee cup like in the kitchen right now that was made by Warhorse. That is a white coffee cup that has the SFM pony symbol on it. And on the back of it, it says, congrats on 100,000 subs. Super cool. I barely use it for coffee because I don't want to ruin it. It's just super cool. So it's basically my cutie mark in a physical form. This is a pancake one. This was made by Essential. He drew it during a stream as practice, because we were talking about pancakes. And I have another one. I don't think I have it like a quick link for it, but there's another one that I also use for my Steam profile, I think. Oh no, it's the pancake one. So okay, it's still the pancake one, but he's actually made two of them for me. Essential is a buddy, and he's already drawn some cool art just for fun of my OC that is absolutely fantastic. I love his style, and it is just a perfect representation. And the pancake thing is an inside joke that would take a while to get into. Is your creation or is it copyright for the audio of this video? Though this video's audio, the voices that are used in it are not mine. They are from Borderlands, but they're nothing that I have to worry about for content ID. That is the main worry.
Music.
So if you use copyrighted music, so like people might like think that YouTube's copyright thing is a bunch of bullshit and whatever, and it kind of is to a degree, but it is a very complicated system and many people might not fully understand it. So copyrighted content on YouTube kind of has three different levels. If you consider one level to be no copyrights or anything where there's no monetization on. But in terms of monetization, there's kind of like two levels to worry about. There's content ID and DMCA. And those are the two main things that, at least from my perspective, that I would have to worry about. Content or DMCA is the law-abiding Digital Millennium Creation Act. I can't remember the actual name of it. And that is basically saying that if somebody, or like me, if I make content that infringes on somebody's legitimate copyright, they could submit a DMCA takedown, which isn't just a, hey, take this down, I want it to be taken down. It is a legal requirement that, and I looked up a bunch of law stuff recently on this, that allows YouTube to be separate. Thanks for the follow, Piggy Dash. DMCA allows YouTube to be separate from the copyright process. So it makes them not responsible for the content that its people post, which is a lot of the, there's another CBA, I can't remember what it is, but it separates them from the responsibility of the content. But it means that if I find something that somebody is infringing on me, I can send a DMCA takedown. But this isn't just a request to YouTube to take something down. It is a request to YouTube utilizing an actual United States law, meaning that by submitting it, I have to authorize that what copyright infringement I am submitting is defendable in court legitimately. So if I submit something and I am wrong and that person disputes it, I could be summoned to court. I've sent DMCA's takedowns before, but I only do it for content that is a 100% beginning to end replication of exactly what I made without any modification, because otherwise it could be considered fair use, not worth fighting. So it is, DMCA is it isn't just like something you can send willy nilly. You could get in trouble for utilizing it. But you can, and it is really easy to, which makes it seem not legitimate, but it is a control that is nice to have. I had somebody recently take content that I had made, and we're just talking here, I'll switch this. So they had taken some content that I had recently made, and they had pornographic material, or like not safe for material, along with it. So it was a lot of fetish type material prior to a full release of my video. And I sent a DMCA immediate takedown. That is different because there's two different versions of that. I sent that down and they got angry about it. I don't care. You put my content with that. I have a right to say it, take that down. Gotta go. Okay. See you later night. But you have two different versions of DMCA you can send. You can send a normal DMCA immediate takedown, which is a strike on the person's account, and 3 of those and their account is deleted, gone. So I don't like to do that unless it is something I need gone immediately, which in that case I considered it. But otherwise you send a 7-day notice. And so if the person deletes it within 7 days, no problem. But if somebody re-uploads a video and they like add a audio track of another language on top of it, even if I don't agree with it, it is under fair use. They modified the material to become and give it a different meaning. That's not worth it at all. So that's fine. But a 100% re-upload, that is. And so I usually just send a 7-day on it. And most people just take this stuff down. I've had people definitely message me and say, you're an asshole. You copy pasted my material online for your own gain. Too bad. But then on top of DMCA, there is Content ID. And some people confuse the two, but they are very, very different. If I send a DMCA to somebody, the content is gone and their account is literally like given a strike. A Content ID claim is to where I am saying, and I am not able to send Content IDs as of right now, but most audio and whatever will have these automatic. And a Content ID claim says that something within the content that you have has copyrighted content from some creator, and therefore any further monetization to that content goes to that person. That is mainly known for music. So if I use a copyrighted song, the monetization for that song because I use that song, all monetization, not just for the song, but for the video and everything in it, goes to that one person. That does mean then if I have a 10-minute video and I use 10 seconds of a song that is Content ID'd, the entire 10-minute video's revenue goes to that person for that 10 seconds of use. Well, that seems like, why the hell would you do that? Why not split it? There's a reason for that. And that is, say that I took a copyrighted song, like a song from Lady Gaga, and I uploaded it with a picture, nothing but a picture, but I used the song from it. And that was one song out of 5 on a 10-minute video. Does she only get the money for that portion, or does she get all of it? It starts getting in the gray area. So YouTube, because they would prefer not to fight in gray area, chooses to go on the safer route of the copyright holder. It sucks, but I really can't blame YouTube on that. So I have plenty of content that I've used a copyrighted song that takes up 2/3 or all of something, like Remembrance. Remembrance uses a song from Thomas Bergerson called Remember Me. And then also at the end, Eyes Wide Shut, I believe I can't remember the name of the song. And because I use that copyrighted stuff, I can make nothing on it. All the money that's made on those millions of views goes to Thomas Bergerson, not me. Therefore, if I would have used something if I made the same video with different music, it would have been different. But so that's kind of the difference on the copyright bits. If I want to, I can apply to YouTube for the ability to send content ID claims, but I'm a little concerned on that, being that they could state that the characters that I'm utilizing in the videos that I am making are already under a copyright for Hasbro. It's a little bit difficult and gray in that area of, does it fall under fair use if I am representing characters in a 3D medium compared to 2D, and I am not giving them a name. So it depends. There's fair use is a very gray topic. There's a lot of people that will copy paste a video. They'll 100% re-upload a video, and then they'll copy paste the literal law for fair use in the description. That means nothing. All it does is you're waving saying that I stole something. It's admission of fault. It's stupid. It is so stupid when people do that. Never do that. Never copyright or never copy paste the copyright law for fair use into your description. It is literally just admitting fault. And it also, people know what it is. You don't need to do that. So yeah, I guess that's just kind of my little lesson on that. That's why I've been changing the ways I've been using music. So instead of utilizing music that I've enjoyed, I've been trying to find Creative Commons music. Creative Commons is a depending on how low level of that, allows non-commercial use. Commercial use is you are physically selling a product using this music. Non-commercial use is you are using it to not sell a product. YouTube is considered non-commercial. So I can use Creative Commons non-commercial as long as I state it in the description for monetized purposes. And I have quite a library that I built up on non-commercial stuff. There's one of the reasons that I have a giant library of from Incompetech, which is Kevin MacLeod. Highly recommend his stuff because he has a lot of very, very high quality music and it is hundreds of tracks, and they are all provided for Creative Commons. As long as you provide a specific copy paste in the description. If you ever look at these streams on my second YouTube channel, because I upload these all on my second YouTube, every one of the descriptions for that as of like the last couple of months will have a copy paste, because the intro audio that I use for the stream, the preload, the pre-start, forgot the name of it, but the little like wheat field at the beginning is a Kevin MacLeod song, and so I have to put that description in there. But then I'm free to do whatever I want with it, and then I have no copyright issues. Kevin is great. I've been using his stuff for literally like 6 or 7 years. All my tutorials have been using. If you ever, if I just go here to Cypher, I think it's Cypher 2. Is it SI or CI? Do you no longer have it? So there was one, it was like Cypher. Maybe it's no longer here anymore. But Cypher 2 was, I believe, the one I've been using for years for tutorials. because it was just nice and it would allow me to monetize things, but having music. And I've been using a lot of his stuff for the streams. When I use a lot of the silent film, like piano music, that's all been from him too. That's what this music folder is. It's a bunch of goofy sounding music that I can use for him. Like, they're all fun. And so it's great for that kind of thing. YouTube's owned by Google, which uses YouTube as a platform to run commercials, essentially. But do know, if you consider percentage of revenue, YouTube is better than Twitch. So Twitch is a 50% cut. So YouTube or Twitch, for all subscribers, for all bits, for everything that goes through Twitch, half of whatever is donated or pushed through the platform is moved to the creator. YouTube, for its ad revenue, is actually more than that. So I believe YouTube is like 65 or 70%. So whatever money an advertiser gives to YouTube for ad revenue, the creator gets the majority. That actually surprised me when I read about that, and I actually looked into the numbers. It also definitely depends on the length of the video. Like I mentioned before, when you have a shorter video, you're maybe going to have $2 per thousand compared to like $8 or $9 if you're doing like a 20-minute video. And in a 20-minute video, you're allowed to do mid-roll ads, so you could be potentially even adding on to that or making it more. So YouTube as a platform is given a lot of crap. But as of recent, for a lot of Twitch stuff that's come out, I actually feel that Twitch is in a worse position from the back end. I feel like from the user's perspective, it's works great. But from the back end, from the creator's perspective, YouTube is technically a better platform. Do likes and dislikes affect the revenue or just... So the main thing with likes and dislikes that's interesting is that it really doesn't matter. Like there's a lot of YouTubers who say like if you liked it, dislike if you don't like it. And the reason they're saying that is because it legitimately doesn't matter. If you like something, it might help recommend content to you that's similar to that content. But if you dislike it, it's really just showing interactivity with that video. And that is probably going to benefit that video more than not. It's probably going to find is not recommended to people that have of interest of you, but then recommend it more to other people that have other viewpoints. It's going to help refine the algorithm. So to the way I see it, if you like or dislike a video, it doesn't matter, but whether doing that act itself is beneficial, whether or not it is like or dislike. So because if you click a like, if a ton of people click like on something, YouTube sees it as a popular video and will push it up in the algorithm. So if you really, really, really enjoy something and you think that they should make more like that, clicking like, subscribing, the notify bell, all of that is like when YouTubers make fun, like you think that people make fun of this stuff and when they ask people to click the bell and whatever, that is all metrics that are maintained by YouTube and will affect the algorithm. That's why they're saying it, is because if it helps people click the button, it could help that creator. And not just in getting that one user, but in telling the algorithm what people to look for outside of you. It is a complicated subject, but when it's not just people saying it to try to pull in individual viewers, it is because they're trying to please the algorithm. And that's the reason that for a while I was putting out content every week as I was trying to please the algorithm. It just was impossible to keep up on without going crazy. So that's why I backed off to every 2 weeks. From what I heard, likes and dislikes don't really matter. It only shows interaction with the video. Yeah, exactly what Sunset said. That's exactly what I said. I did look for a third-party donation link first, but alas, there is none. I do have one for here. I don't know where it is though. I just set it up through Streamlabs. I have no idea how that stuff is set up. I'm early in figuring out how to do Twitch. It's only in the last 6 months that I've tried to upgrade some of my Twitch stuff. Makes sense now. The fact that whatever I said makes sense to you is surprising because a lot of it still doesn't make sense to me. I am still very much learning how YouTube stuff works.
I took away that you need to sacrifice tofu to the algorithm gods in order to please them and have your videos viewed.
As my favorite gamer JC says, you must please the almighty algorithm, and that's and that's fine if you're able to. The problem,
Tofu.
like from my side, is I am legitimately unable to. Unless I want to make a 20-minute animation every week, I can't. It is impossible for me to please the algorithm, and therefore I have to look for other means. And that's why I don't stream on YouTube. I use Twitch. That is why I use Patreon, because it is the only way for me to potentially pull that in. As of right now, YouTube still makes up a large portion of the revenue I pull in, but it's only because in the last 6 months, I've changed YouTube a lot on how I put things on there, and I've modified a lot of things. So then it is allowed that to be a larger platform, but it's only because I've modified YouTube. I want to modify Patreon next. So yeah, that was like a 45-minute tangent. But it's all information that I think, the creator perspective is very different from the viewer perspective on how all the background for YouTube works, how Twitch works, because as a viewer, you are just absorbing content. As a YouTube creator, once you get to a certain level, it no longer is it's no longer just a creative platform. It is a business, and you have to think of it as a business, and things get complicated then, because like with DMCA, it is no longer about just sending a takedown notice. It is a legal notice. And so things really change. And I don't think people realize how it is no longer about like Reddit being just an internet place for a bunch of trolls to hang out. For a lot of people, it is a business, and not just for like late night talk show hosts that have large channels on YouTube, or in like large companies creating YouTube channels. For individual people, it is a legitimate business, and in how some of that background works. And the reason that they do things are because that is what YouTube is looking for. And from a business perspective, that is their only way to survive. That is the reason that I don't use an ad blocker for YouTube. I have an ad blocker for most things, but for YouTube, I shut it off. I instead pay for premium because it allows me to watch ad free, but still support the creators that I watch. Because if you're using an ad blocker, most YouTube creators, if they're doing the 20 videos once a week, most of their revenue is probably coming in from ad revenue or sponsors. So if I had an ad blocker, I would be saying, help me out, but screw you guys. And that was a, well, thank you, Snowpuff. Not in the description though. I have no idea where that link is. I appreciate it though. Thank you very much. It is definitely helpful. It is, but no, if you, well, having no ads is great for those people that are just the individuals that are creating content on YouTube. Ad revenue might be what's keeping them above the ground, above the water. And to me, having an ad blocker in then was me taking revenue away from them. And you might think that it's just one ad, but there's a lot of people using ad blockers on that. And I don't care about like blocking ads for Amazon. Amazon gets plenty of money. I don't need to worry about like Newegg getting ad revenue from Amazon. I am worried about taking ad revenue from somebody that's trying to buy food for their family or something. So, and because I still absolutely hate ads, I just pay the premium every month. And well, I like YouTube Music too. So there's that too. That comes with it, but that's my way of offsetting it. I am paying to the platform for the support. The nice thing is though, it's a flat fee, and YouTube pays a flat fee per view. So the more I watch, technically the more value I'm getting out of my money.
Just need to get a bunch of cell phones all tuned into your channel while watching your videos.
Yeah, my ad block is off with YouTube Premium on. A lot more goes through Critter too. I appreciate that. No, it feels like such a small gesture from a viewer's perspective, but it is something. It helps me sleep at night, legitimately, because it is hard to say, give me, but without me willing to give back. And I couldn't I couldn't legitimately turn on monetization on anything unless I had premium, or I had ads on, but I just hate ads. So that's fine. And again, I like YouTube Music. YouTube recommending me videos of a guy shooting pillows and then recommending someone buying 50 onions. Awesome. YouTube algorithm is weird. I actually go through my history a lot and I delete things that I happen to click because it'll start recommending me things based on something that I might not have been that interested in. But every now and then, YouTube algorithm is surprisingly good. Twitch's algorithm, if it even exists, is horrible. Twitch's discoverability is the worst thing possible. That is the reason that people blow up overnight, is because everybody's thirsty on Twitch to find somebody new to watch, and there is nobody to watch. There is because nobody knows how to find anybody to watch. They can find categories, sure, but how do you break down who's in that category that might be a good match for you? There's nothing out there. YouTube has figured that stuff out. And so if I start watching stuff that I enjoy, it starts recommending me fairly close content. I don't always watch it all, but there's a couple like YouTube channels that I've started watching in the last like couple months that have been because of content I've watched, and it somehow found a mix of like the two into something that was like, wow, that's actually good. It's neat. If you use premium, how does creator get revenue? It is, if I go into the revenue on my channel, it'll actually break down revenue based on normal ad revenue and premium revenue. So the way I think it works is whatever the normal CPM is, which is the clicks per million. I don't remember what CPM is, but it's the amount of revenue that you make per 1,000 views. And if it will say whatever that number is, and it will divide that by 1,000, and for every premium member will give you that much. So I think the equivalent ad revenue is the same per viewer. It's just, it's at a much smaller value and added up over time. While with YouTube ad revenue, whether or not you click the ad can change how much you make on the ad. So if it's a targeted ad and it ends up seeing something that they found interesting and they click the ad, more revenue is made on that ad than not. So then the YouTube creator and YouTube and on the side will also make more revenue on it. And the longer the video, the more ad revenue is usually assigned with it too. So the way I see it, premium is just you giving a lot less money a lot more often, or at least in a more consistent manner, but where it should end up being equal to the same amount overall. But there is probably, if I had to take a guess, probably anywhere from 2 to 4% of YouTube viewers are premium. It is a very low number. There's not many people that utilize premium. I think that's why originally, like, it used to be premium originals. Like, you had to buy Red Premium or YouTube Red to get access to the originals. No, but they were never popular because there was nobody using premium. Yeah. But now I think they backed off on that a bit, but I still find premium is a good value. It's like what, $10 or $12 a month, but it removes all the ads and I feel like I'm supporting people.
I did find out that on YouTube you can control the ads you see. Like, there were some ads I just did not want to see.
Oh yeah. But there's somebody I know that they say like, oh, if you want to skip over ads, when an ad pops up, just right click it and say like, this ad is inappropriate, and it will skip the ad and go right to the video. That scares me. Because if you're listing a bunch of ads as inappropriate, you're not just saying it's inappropriate as an ad. You're saying it's inappropriate for that content. And therefore, you could limit the ads that are on that specific creator. So by trying to bypass the system, you might be screwing that person over a little bit. I don't know how that works, but it worries me. In the end, if you really want to support somebody, premium is the better way to do it. And if you feel like you don't want to give any money to YouTube, just watch tons of content. Put it on repeat. I don't know.
I think the only ads I ever blocked that I did not want to see were just ads that made me angry.
Well, here, like, I'll get you a legitimate number right now. And again, I'm not sure what the numbers are specifically. All I can do is compare revenue from non-premium to premium and see what the difference is. I can give you about what my amount would be right now. I can't see chat right now, so just give me a sec here.
Was that the Twi video there?
Huh?
That Spike, was that the Twi video?
Nope, that was the Hippo War.
Really?
Well, when a video first comes out, most viewers are going to be within the first day or two. So any spike you see is going to be within the first couple of days, and then it will like average out to where that it went to 0.
Twi videos.
I think
is probably huge.
actually I have to. Sci-Twi?
Sci-Twi, yeah.
Sci-Twi has been one of my highest revenue videos for a while. It's my 5th highest viewed video right now.
Already?
Applejack is actually my most popular video for the month right now. Surprisingly,
Well,
it has almost 250,000 views in a month. That highly surprised me for how short it is.
he's adorable.
But revenue wise, it is still a lot less than everything else because it's much shorter.
Yeah.
Where's that breakdown? You used to give me a graph, and now it's a little harder to find. There used to be a nice little graph that would. Oh wait, I'm not there. I just gotta click this button. There we go. Okay, so, let me grab my calculator again. I can't click chat, so if you guys are saying anything, I can't see. So if we were to do, it'd be. Okay, so 2%. 2% of at least of my revenue has been from premium. Oh no, actually I have that is fine. There, now I can see you guys again. So 2%. Whether or not that is equivalent, I don't know. But that is based on everything within the last 28 days. 2% of revenue has been from premium. So if you were to think about that as equivalent to clicks, then 2% of people are premium. So you are not as a large of group as you think you are. I am in the premium crowd too. I do enjoy premium. I have had premium for like I've had actually premium, I think, since it was released. Which if you're a premium member a couple months ago, you got Stadia for free. You got the Stadia controller and the Google Ultra. They did and if you haven't yet, if you are premium and you've had premium for a few months at least, Google it. The Stadia controller and 3 months of their premium service, along with, that's the only part I cared about it, was with a Chromecast Ultra, you would get for free for just having premium, as long as you had premium prior to the date that they started it. And I did. So I got it for free. It was $100 package for $0. That was actually a pretty good deal. I don't care about the controller. I don't care about Stadia. The Chrome Ultra was actually it's 4K streaming. I'll take that.
Google Home.
I got both Google Home Mini and Stadia package for free with premium. Oh, the Google Home Mini, was that a recent thing? I don't mind getting free stuff, even if I don't use it. Paying for the service, I might as well take advantage of it.
I like Google Home.
I love how your new videos go straight to my front page right on release. That's great. That's YouTube's algorithm. I have no control on that. If you put out the notification, click the little bell thing, I can actually see how many people have the bell activated compared to people that don't. How many people see the video and compared to how many people actually click the video. So I can see how many is the which videos of mine are more interactable with people. Is this thumbnail working for getting people to click the video? That's where the click-through rate is a percentage that YouTube actually puts right on your front page. And the higher the number, the better. That's where clickbait comes in handy. Clickbait means a higher click-through percentage. So like Linus Tech Tips is big on talking about making clickbaity names where they'll actually name the video very clickbaity for like the first week, and then they'll change the name to be more descriptive afterwards, because they want to initiate a lot of views right at the beginning when things are more popular, and then afterwards they want to make it easier for people to find the content that it might contain for clicking through to watch. that is 100% understandable. I don't like that people have to do that, but it has become a culture thing that is the only way to get people to utilize or to click through and watch things in the rate that is needed to survive. It is sad that small creators have to utilize the tactics of larger companies at this point. It used to be that you didn't have to. Somehow for about 2 weeks there was a freaking ad. Hey, in this site you can become a sugar daddy of people and stuff. Very weird and lasted considerably long.
Things stick to your teeth.
Well, I don't think they're talking about like capital S, capital D.
It's not good.
If I remember, premium funds go into a group fund distributed via the algorithm based on CPN. Yeah, it's probably something like that. That's why I feel confident stating that whatever amount of revenue comes from that group by comparison, I'd have to go back month by month. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that works, but it's a very small number compared to the rest. But nonetheless, it feels small, but it's because each viewer is giving like micro pennies. But really, if you consider that out of 1,000 views for ads, maybe one person will click an ad, or maybe two. They're basically on average out of 1,000 a micro penny too. So it all works out the same. Mini was last year in December. Oh, I had premium then too. I guess I just wasn't paying attention. I barely missed the Stadia thing. I ended up reading an article about it, and then I checked and they're like, oh yeah, like, I didn't get an email on it or anything. Whatever. I have it. It's actually right here. I forgot. I have it right next to me.
Oh, that's that controller.
Whoop. I just haven't
Very square.
I will say that the controller looks kind of stupid. Doesn't feel too bad. It's fine.
PS2 controller, or is it a little bit wonkier?
I think the PS2 controller is not as good, but I don't think it's as good as like a Switch controller or something. I don't think it's as here.
I like the PS2 controllers. So.
I don't think the originals are good. Right here. The neat thing about the controllers is all Wi-Fi, so you can be playing the game over the Wi-Fi through your computer stream. It actually is not too bad. But in the streaming itself, there is I do think there's some latency. It's not that bad. I actually felt it was better than I was better than I thought it would be. And I was playing Risk of Rain, which was a very, you have to, doing things at a fast pace. The thing I didn't like about Stadia was I felt that their color depth and the quality of the video was lacking. There was a lot of artifacting. It just didn't feel good. It didn't feel high contrast. I didn't like it that much. But with the free premium service, if I can play like Cyberpunk 2077 for free, why not? Does it connect to the computer? So it connects to your Wi-Fi. And the neat thing with that is if I were playing it on my PC through a browser and playing a game, I could then swap to my TV through the Stadia app on the TV and continue playing without interruption on the same game. And I wasn't rerouting the video. It just is detecting the same controller through the Wi-Fi. So the controller isn't connected to the computer. It's connected to your router, which is unique. And originally I thought I can get the controller and I can use it for other things. Not really. It's not Bluetooth. It's Wi-Fi. And so there's a difference. But for the service, that makes sense. I like free things, even if I don't use them. In that case, you have a whole lot of free advice. I charge an intermittent per wisdom. No, it's more of like the only reason I cared about the package is $100 premium package, and it came with a bunch of the controller, 3 months of premium service. The main reason I got it was because it came with that Chromecast Ultra, which. Okay.
Very nonchalantly disappearing.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye, Mike. So the main reason I got it was for that Chromecast, because I ended up getting, was it Black Friday last year? Yeah. Black Friday last year, I picked up a standard Chromecast because I wanted to use it for. I have a 1080p 55-inch TV upstairs that I haven't plugged in, and I wanted to get it so I could originally plug into that stuff. But I haven't had a need for it, so it's been something that's just been sitting in here because I never plugged in my TV. But I do want to. But when they were offering me a 4K version of the same thing for free, I'll take it. Why not? The only thing I have to make sure of is I actually still have to go in and cancel that premium, because the premium bit that was free for 3 months signs you up automatically for a resubscription after the 3 months. I have to go in and cancel that. Mike went to bed already. Well, not bed, but just went upstairs. So it doesn't work if you control it via USB. I don't know. I never tried it. I logged into it just basically to see, like, how does this work? I haven't really done anything beyond that. I've never really been interested in Stadia. Stadia is an interesting if Stadia was a service that allowed me to play a bunch of games for free without any extra cost, sure. But right now you either have to pay monthly or you have to buy the game in full. Why would I pay the game in full when I have a gaming PC that I could play it on? If I can understand for somebody that couldn't afford it and prefers a monthly payment over something else, or travels a lot and wants to be able to play it on the go. There's a lot of other reasons that somebody might want it. Those reasons don't apply to me. Well, it was a neat service to try. It just doesn't fit the need that I would have for it. There's definitely people out there that I feel it definitely does fulfill. Just not me. And if their one promise of having it where, because I'm just watching a video feed, if as a streamer, other people could just watch that exact video feed, then they are seeing exactly what the gamer is seeing at the exact same time they are seeing it. That's actually kind of neat. I think that would be a really cool way to utilize that. But last I heard, that service wasn't really finalized or ever going to be put forward. So that makes it a little rougher. So yeah, I'm not sure on that. But I think the main complaint I would normally have on some service like that is latency. I actually don't have a complaint on latency. It works. I mean, there's noticeable latency, not to say that there isn't. And for, like, if I was like Call of Duty or something, sure, that would probably be game breaking. But for most things, probably is fine. Like, to where you might notice it at first, but you would adjust to it. It's just that the colors, everything about the video of it just didn't feel like it had the same vibrance and the same contrast and the same quality that I would expect from my own computer to output. That's not what's waiting by. Actually, probably should undo that. Actually, he was doing Tinder. That was his Tinder profile. Oh, that'll get all the way down there. Don't play an online game on the online console. Yeah, that I can see. Let me see here. Actually, where is he on this?
Today we celebrate the overthrow.
I'll do the. I'll animate this one little bit here, and then I'll be calling it good. Like this little secondary animation bit here. Where is your head? There it is.
Celebrate the overthrow.
Actually, I probably should hold off in his head for this.
Celebrate the overthrow.
Because right now he's just kind of, he's kind of sliding forward. I probably should have him just like in the other one bit. Kind of do his little downward motion. Oh, that is not how ponies work. We want to do that and that. And and neck. No, that's what we're missing a foot. There we go.
Overthrow.
So this is about just having him dip a little bit forward with this motion. And so I don't know the timing right now, so I'm going to make it actually pretty drastic of a motion.
Overthrow.
And see what matches.
Overthrow. 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 Overthrow.
I think this is what I want to go with. So because of that, now I can back it off a little bit, and let's do a little bit less motion. Let's do like there. And then just bend these to match.
Overthrow the central. We celebrate the overthrow.
And so when he goes to go into this position, what we can do is just pull him back a little bit. This one actually will require his thighs separated. So I'm shooting on my spine, demanding dinner. Enjoy dinner. What did I have? Leftover spaghetti and chicken. 2 separate bits. We just kind of chopped them and put them together. So I'm going to put them back a little bit.
The overthrow.
So this is about like getting him prepped for the motion, but I think I need to.
The overthrow.
I think that'll work. And the nice thing is I can kind of cheat this a little bit. Let's see if that'll work for the back legs. Not really. Actually, it was probably because back legs don't work like that. I have to do it off the cyan. But even then, it seems like it's pulling forward a little bit, which means I have to put them down a little bit. And this is definitely not an accurate rotation the way I'm doing it, but it's close enough. Okay. And these ones are stretching, it looks like.
Overthrow.
Oh no, they're not. They're actually, I think they're condensed. No, they're not. They're definitely stretched. I think they're not really stretched. They're just position changed. No, they are. They are bent a little, just teeny bit.
Overthrow.
So there's gonna be some stretching, but I can get it. That's fine.
Celebrate the overthrow of the. Celebrate the over.
This kind of reminds me of the dash chair scene that I did, where she's like talking about like the let me see here. It's actually surprisingly the same now that I think about it.
Was held. Headed by
Thanks for the follow, Cody.
General commemorate this auspicious occasion. The first performance was so full of energy, so highly charged, that magical lightning showered down on the crowd.
It kind of just reminds me of this.
Today, we celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
Like the way that the mannerisms for it are between the two of them, it actually sounds surprisingly the same. Like it sounds like a male Twilight giving the same lecture. Bend these to match, but don't bend your bones. It's just bending everything to match and then making it at least feel like it's close enough.
The overthrow of the central government.
It feels so much the same. It like that is crazy. It's just Twilight.
He was so filled with amazement and wonder that General Firefly dubbed them the Wonderballs.
It's the same.
Today we celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
It is creepily the same. I almost could you almost could keep the same motions. I've done that before. What's one good example of that? If you look at, I love copy pasting animation between videos. If you actually look at, this one. So in leaving the stable, when she's actually jumping out of the stable here, the animation that I use for her jumping out here, if you watch it, the way that she jumps through that door is actually the same animation that I used for this video. This pony right here, when she's jumping through the grass here, that is actually the exact same animation. I definitely did some cleanup to try to make sure that she landed with the ground correctly. But it is the same animation. You already put the effort into it. Use it. Like, there's nothing that states that you can't steal your own work. So I copy paste my own stuff all the time. Anytime there's some other video that I've done that has a position that somebody is sitting in, that's going to be the same. If I know if they've spoken a word that's the same, I will copy paste it. I will steal the hell out of it because there's nothing that stops me from doing it. I'm not going to file copyright for myself. So I already put the effort in. I will always reuse it again. And animation is one of those things that the more you do it, the more of a library you build up for it. And that is one of the reasons that, on DeviantArt, there's a file you can download that is a collection of a lot of the per pony animations for most of the content I've made, because I am allowing other people to do that, to take animation from videos I've made and make something from it. I already got my use out of it, and now I use it as a resource and not as a content bit. So if other people can use it as a resource, awesome. I don't care. I put a release in those stating that they can use it without credit and stating that they are the original creators of that animation. I got my use out of it. I don't need it anymore. So I think that's, I think some of the hardest parts for people is getting started animating. And if you can take something somebody else has made and use it as a base and learn from it, awesome. It's great. Man sues himself and wins. I actually wouldn't be surprised if that was an actual case at some point. I've actually been watching, there's a YouTube channel recently called Legal Eagle. The Legal Eagle. It's a lawyer YouTube channel, and his content is very much about, you can definitely tell he has a side on certain topics, but he always gets the information based on the lawyer's perspective of the middle ground from the law's perspective. And it is fascinating. And I've been addicted to watching a lot of his stuff lately. So it is, it's just interesting. Argument caught himself copying his own works. Damon. Yeah, that algorithm is an asshole. All he does is steal people's work, especially especially one certain creator. He's constantly taking his work. He's constantly going on DeviantArt and downloading all the free resources that people give for free for use, and he's using them. How dare he? Because it's easier.
We celebrate the overthrow of the central government. Today, we celebrate the overthrow of
No, normally, for a lot of these motions, I would have like eyes. How dare you abide by fair use laws? Well, I had somebody a while back that had stated that for content that they were making, that they were trying to make their own walk cycles and their own run cycles. And I asked why, and they said because it doesn't feel right to make content using animation cycles from other people. And I said, why not? The people put it out there for free use for a purpose. I have at least to alleviate any potential worry that I would have for, not worry, I guess, but guilt that I would have for using that content. I have made my own. I was actually one of the first ones that was making a lot of free animation content for people to use. And, and I have no problem with it. And because of that, I know that the people that put such animation content out there are doing it because they want people to use it. And so use it. It's a resource that's out there. And the great thing is they have not just a single run cycle or single walk cycle. There's multiple different versions to pick from. And that helps vary content. That's awesome. So I use like my walk animation that I use almost consistently is Takio Cinema's. For years, I've been using the same one. I've been using my own run cycle. But I downloaded, I think there's a walk cycle for, was it Spike? I made my own for Spike, but somebody made one better. So there's cycles out there. Use them. People give you them for free. Use them. They're a great resource. They save you an immense amount of time. If you want to learn how to do content and make your own, fine. That is great as a learning tool. But don't think that you have to use this because you feel guilty that using somebody else's content. They're giving you it for free. Use it. I have like my DMX folder has a ton of stuff in it. And this is just the ones I've downloaded. And some of them are mine. And then I have my per video ones, which also get really long. And then I have my transfer ones, which are just the ones to move very small segments around based on need. Use it. It's like it's like somebody giving you like a hairbrush, but then stating, no, it's fine. I got my hand. I can just use that. It's like, no, use the hairbrush. Animation is a hairbrush.
Today we celebrate the overthrow
This one's gonna be a little tough because I don't want to really do a blink here. But if I tilt the head too much, it might require it. Because if I put the head so far down that the eyes are not going to have a good line of sight, it technically would require it.
The overthrow of the
And just like I did before, let's grab. So this is where it starts. This is where it ends. There.
Overthrow of the center. Overthrow of the central. Overthrow of the central. Overthrow of the central government. Overthrow of the central. Overthrow.
I don't think I have this pulled back far enough.
Overthrow of the central. Overthrow.
So this is where it hits the end, so I gotta pull it in a little bit further.
Overthrow of the. Overthrow of the. Overthrow.
Okay, and then have his head go a little too far up. And then drift off.
Overthrow of the central government. The overthrow of the central government. Overthrow of the central government.
So I'm going to definitely need some secondary on that. But that actually looks pretty decent.
Today we celebrate.
And and there's going to be like, and I can probably do it here. I've started doing this last couple of years where I will actually take the head on a lot of strong dips and will literally jam it into the skull. It might be a little tough because of his neck thing. But let me see.
Today we.
Let me see if I can have it pop back up a little bit.
Today we.
Because it like falsifies neck movement, where it makes things feel more bouncy, even though I could make the bones maybe do similar movement, but then I'm just giving the head the motion. And I've been doing this. I started doing it with Pinkie Pie, but then I found that like everybody actually works well with that.
Today we
And it's very, very minor. So like even here, so I have the main movement, but I'm just going to grab a very, very like, so this is like a 1/4 second bit, and I'm going to bend it down a bit more.
Today we celebrate. Today.
And I'm going to have them go up a bit more and then drift off a bit more.
Today we celebrate. Today we celebrate the. Today we celebrate the overthrow of the. Today we celebrate. Today we celebrate.
I do like it more with.
Today we celebrate.
I'm going to take this very, very end bit here, and I'm going to just round it all the way out.
Today we celebrate the overthrow. Today we celebrate the overthrow of the. We celebrate the over.
And here I'm gonna actually see like this is one of my favorite things with stuff is where you see things are already kind of good and you're like, how can I poke at this just a little bit more to make it better? And like if I was him, how would I move?
The overthrow of the central government. Today we celebrate the overthrow of the. Today we celebrate the. Today we celebrate the overthrow. Today we celebrate the overthrow of the. Today we celebrate the.
No, I don't like that. Today we celebrate. I told you before. Get used to it. It is repeat. That's all animation is. Who did the animation of Trixie with a gun and glasses? That was me. Or if you're talking about Alishai, Alishai 2. Yeah. The Shoot to Thrill. Yeah, that was me. But it is nice today. Yes. Sure, I'm not missing something here. So, but no, what was her name? What was the name from the actor that, or not the actor, but the character from Van Helsing was? Rip Van Winkle. That was it. And actually, I don't even think the Helsing video for that exists anymore, which is surprising because I believe it was taken down for copyright of content that is still within the video that I have. So I'm surprised mine hasn't been taken down, which is a little concerning. Cool story actually though with the Alishai video. So I did the first one, and what I didn't realize was after making the first one, Team 4-Star actually knew it existed, and I made the second one, but then later on, after the second one, I ended up making some other content, and it was a Kaiser Neko, one of the Team 4-Star guys, found that video. I think it was the Rathlos stuff actually, and then realized that I was the one that also made the Alishai thing, and he made the connection to it. And so he ended up retweeting one of the Rathlos things, which really helped boost the original Rathlos account. And he said, I just realized you're the same person that made the Alishai videos. And it was really cool, not just to have somebody of their status or their stature recognize the Rathlos stuff, but then to also connect it to something that was made years ago and remember what that content is. That was actually really cool. Like, because I watched Team 4-Star for years, so it's really cool to see them remember content from years prior and be able to pull it out of their brain at that moment. That was really, really cool. That was a really happy moment for me.
Today we celebrate the overthrow of the central government. Today we celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
So definitely, like I need to add a couple more dips here. I'm definitely gonna have to add a turn to the head at that last part. But I don't want to. There we go. This pop filter's not that great, but I don't want to add that until I have the dip because I might over animate the head. but a lot of that's going to take some extra time, so I'm going to hold off on that for later. So it's not quite orange yet. Orange is what I'm going to consider to be basic animation done. He's kind of done, but I want to do the secondary animation before considering him done. Going from orange to green is usually about animating the tail, hair, the not essential stuff, not animated motion. So yeah, well, I'm like an hour over, but technically I've actually done. I didn't think I was going to actually get this far. And again, ignore the clipping. That is actually pretty easy to fix. I just don't want to fix it now because it would be permanent changes.
We celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
Oh, and this horn. I don't know why I added it. It actually just felt like it kind of made sense, even though it doesn't make any sense. I'm just keeping it. I think it's what was that? It's like from TF2, some horn sound. I don't know. I was just going through. I was looking for horn noises because I was hoping for like some kind of like horn background music, and I ended up finding that, and so I just put it in, and I've left it since. I actually have my version of Derpy. I have modified before horn models existed. I actually have, or my version of the VN Derpy model, it allows me to add a horn. Like, it's a custom version. There. So this is not a standard Derpy. Now I just would add a body grouped horn to it. I wouldn't actually add a physical, like, I wouldn't decompile the model and add a horn. I think I also did it so that I could add her with, yep. She's got alicorn wings. And that was because of the video I made 6-7 years ago now of the Destiny. So that's just the same model. But it's just the standard models I just retextured. It was easier at that time to do it that way because there was no external model to export and add onto her head. I made a whole video on Princess Derpy, like literally, but it is from like 2013. So 7 years ago. It was the end of the first year of me animating, I believe. Back when I was putting 40 to 50 hours a week into this. And also rushing things a little quicker because I was still very much learning.
Today we celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
I still love Trixie.
It's time to kill someone.
I want to animate her a little bit, but it's going to be very much
bye-bye
static the whole time.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. You did it. I knew I could count on you. You've come too far to stop now.
I really want to change that shot. I feel like it breaks pacing.
If anyone can kill all those things, it's you.
Yeah, I really feel like this breaks pacing. I need to figure a better way to do it. I probably want to like maybe half the size of that shot. It may mean no zooming out on Luna. It might mean everybody closer to the window. I don't know. I'd figure that out. But I have plenty of time to figure that out. So yeah, I remember that. Having a Derpy horn in one video. Yeah, that was back. I would make a lot longer videos way long ago, but it was because I almost wanted to make a video just about this topic in general, but where the amount of time you put into a video compared to the quality of the video is not a linear increase, to where if you double the amount of time you put into a video, you're not doubling the quality. And back then I was still at a range where I could get content out really quickly for the quality or the amount of time I was putting into it. But then as I started putting more and more time into the quality of stuff, I only started increasing quality by smaller and smaller pieces, to the point where I was putting much, much more time into something for quality that was indistinguishable from the one before. There was definitely more quality, but it's just harder to tell it apart. Very powerful Trixie gains power through the ketchup of the innocent. Yes. That's the intent. Why she has ketchup with it, I'm not sure. I really wish that I could put it in front of, because I would really like to be able to show where it is in front of and visible in this specific shot. But like I mentioned before, that having the hate this thing. Having the cake on the knife implies that she had used the knife for the purpose of cutting cake, not for cutting a person, and that the red is the ketchup. So anything to give yourself an escape. It's cake with ketchup. Celestia is a weird one. Do you think she can maintain that white of a coat while eating an entire slice of cake with one fork? Probably not. I am really happy with this face. This face was like absolutely perfect. Like when she just looks over, she looks at her, then looks at the knife, and she's like, and then this Trixie's just like, knife. Hello, my name is Murderer. I actually thought about when she comes back having her name tag say, hi, hello, my name is Murderer, and for one shot, and then have it change back to Trixie. But I feel like, again, that would be me stating that one thing happened when it didn't. Don't think about it, though. Her eyes are the detailed 3D eyes, and his are the simple. You can see his eyes are the simple gradient, and hers are the much, much more detailed version. I do not like this version. I much prefer this version. I feel it matches the character and the coloration much more. So I'll probably actually change her eyes to match his in terms of the texturing. Ice ketchup came with the ketchup cake recipe for a while in the bottle. Really? There's it's weird. Why would we? I mean, I guess ketchup is kind of sweet, but yeah, I don't like ketchup. I'm a mustard fan. The part of samba sliding should be kept with the sliding walk.
You be careful out there, champ. Bye-bye.
I don't know how to maintain that right now. I thought about having it where he starts taking a step, but his head stays in place, kind of like a chicken, and then he kind of zooms away to the side. The slide's purpose was to make it like a vampire, where they kind of have that like unusual movement. I considered to have him not even walking, legitimately have him slide. Haven't figured that part out yet. But being that this shot immediately goes from the slide to a shot that he would normally be in if he were to physically been in there, it's already showing some natural stuff. Here's one of the guy's famous ketchup cakes. Actually, Trixie stabbed the ketchup bottle and took a slice of cake. That's simple. See, you've got it. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. So when YouTube demonetizes me, I'm gonna take your mess. I'm gonna screenshot it and I'm gonna send it to them and be like, "Here's proof." Like, Mara poses soda and said that this is the case, and you need to give me back. Give me my money. The Mara, I will advocate. You are my lawyer. You will fight for me. And you're a witness? Okay, good.
We celebrate the overthrow of the central government.
I'm really looking forward to doing some of the eye stuff, but a lot of it is, again, I have like like a step process that I would follow and stuff. And I don't like breaking that process, because I feel like in doing so, like say that I started doing some of the tertiary animation bit for it before the secondary, I'm always going to redo stuff. So I don't want to touch that yet. What's wrong with YouTube? You really thought Argo would never release violence? No, I've released a lot of stuff before that has implied violence, but originally, because I have nieces and nephews that are like 13 and is she 13? I can't remember ages anymore. The time flies as you get older. But like early teen or like 10 or 11 and or 9, like early ages. But like when I started this stuff, a lot of them were at the 2, 3, 7 years old range. And a lot of them knew I made this type of content and watched YouTube. So they would sometimes watch the stuff I had made. And I didn't want to make content that my nieces or nephews would watch and find to be outside of the range of something of people that children of their age should watch. So I was very careful on it. I had no problem with showing certain things, as long as I was able to give an out or a reason for it. If you watch, what was it, Cars 2 or Cars 3, the one with the secret agent, there's a shot in there, at least through shadow, that they imply a murder. So in kids shows, they can show that kind of stuff or they can provide information to indicate that something of violence had happened, as long as they don't show it happening, and that's fine. So that was kind of my reasoning for a lot of it. Is a lot of stuff early on I didn't have swearing, and if it had innuendos, that's fine, as long as it wasn't directly showing anything, or if as long as the comedy was clean. And I've just kind of kept through that since then. You could call the video a change in power. I'm not sure what to call it yet. Usually I don't come up with titles. Normally I let you guys come up with titles. We're not in a position to figure that out yet. But most of the titles I've actually come up with have been through you guys. Applejack 2.0 I came up with because I released it between streams and we didn't figure that out beforehand. But like a change of plans, that was actually come up with Stream. Stream came up with the title. If we figure out something before then, I'm not gonna lock in the name of anything until it's close enough to final to feel final, because otherwise things can change and a different idea could come about. So I don't want to lock in anything. You will testify on the stand. Okay. Just kind of reading through you guys. Rewatching kids movies to understand the jokes and implication is great. I feel like that's one of the reasons MLP is great. MLP is one of those that has that great middle ground where you have the adult content. I wouldn't even say it's adult content. It's not. MLP is a great gradient. There's definitely a lot of good kids content out there that was made 100% for kids, but then contains adult humor, but there's not much of the gradient to connect the two. MLP to me is the one that actually has that gradient from child to adult and covers a lot of the in between. Cars, in a lot of the newer DreamWorks stuff, I've seen a lot of innuendos in, but kids like watching movies on repeat. So if an adult's gonna have to watch a movie 30 times, make it somewhat entertaining for them, because otherwise I wouldn't want to watch it that much. You're watching kids movies. Trixie loves peanut butter crackers. I actually thought about originally, here,
all those things, it's you.
Having her just kind of sit there and then having him pull out peanut butter crackers as if you want me to do more things, I need motivation. There's just not a model for it. And even a model for such to where the size of it being shown in the context of this current shot to be identifiable as peanut butter crackers without being indicated as peanut butter crackers would actually be difficult without zooming in on it. So, while it would be funny, it would be really hard to pull off. After yesterday, I had COVID. I've known plenty of people that have had it. I know now that my older sister had it. My niece had it. My uncle died from it. I've had a couple old coworkers that have had it. It's out there. It's lots of references, not for kids, but not completely adult references, at least not from what I remember. I don't know, kids movies nowadays I feel like are getting better writing to be where if you're looking at like movies made for 5, 6, 7-year-olds, probably going to be more kids focused. But when you're looking at like late single digits or early teens or something, most of the content that is there is actually pretty well written to be both groups, as long as it's from a well-known company. And they're still going to misstep sometimes. Would you stab Celestia for a Scooby snack? Sure. She's immortal. She'll survive, and I get a Scooby snack. Trixie just wanted a lot of Scooby snacks. She's hungry. Hope you don't get any Betty symptoms from the COVID. It depends on the person. My sister and my niece have been fine. Their work did very poor at managing it. Had some people make some mistakes because of policy they decided not to put in place, and led to basically everybody at the office getting it. And it's a place I used to work too. So, but they're fine. But then, like I said, yeah, I did have an uncle that died from it, because he was high risk and just camera got him. So, it is out there. He's got to hope that you get lucky. Well, not even lucky. You either hope you don't get unlucky. I've never had a Scooby snack. I thought that they're an actual thing, aren't they? Or are they an actual dog treat? Or are they like an actual food? Like, I thought you could buy them. Are they like a cereal? That'd be weird. Like, I'm going to give them my Scooby snack with some 2% milk. They're like Teddy Grahams. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But if they're just Teddy Grahams, you get Teddy Grahams. Just eat Teddy Grahams. Teddy Grahams delicious. Teddy Grahams with the chocolate chip Teddy Grahams. Oh, those are so good. The ones with the little chocolate chips. I used to eat those so much. And you put them in milk for like a couple seconds so they get like just a little bit soggy. And then you suck. Oh my God, they're so good. Now I want Teddy Grahams. I don't have any Teddy Grahams. My diet right now consists of I had a couple whiskey Cokes, but they're all Coke Zero. But even then, that's the most sugar I have. Because I'm still trying. I lost 50 pounds. I want to keep it off. So, and so far the things that have changed, like adding in some of that stuff, have not changed it. So I want to keep it that way. They do. Hold on. Where is this? They do. Scooby snacks. But they're just Teddy Grahams. They're just graham crackers. It's graham crackers, but you're paying for the name. You get Teddy Grahams. But you need to get not honey. You got to get the chocolatey chip. These things are chock full of preservatives and things that will lower your lifespan, but you can trust that face that they're delicious. They're so good. A 10-ounce box is $3.40. No, I can't. The shape matters, does it? Are you saying that the bone is more delicious than the bear? The bear has more protein. I have no proof of that. Paying for the name, that's marketing, buddy. I know. But they're good. Oh, Teddy has changed since I was a kid. Apparently for me too, because now it's in 3D. Apparently that's the new thing. And that bear was really creepy. Yeah, I don't want him anymore. That bear probably pulled him from somewhere. Currently, I didn't even snack anymore. So that would normally be for like snacking. I don't snack anymore. My diet right now is where I don't eat for 18 hours a day. I eat within a 5 to 6 hour window, and all I do is I eat when I end my or I eat when I start my eating window, and then I stop. Or the second meal I have after that is when I start my fast window, and I don't eat anything other than those 2 meals. I don't snack anymore. Other than I have a couple drinks towards the end of it, but I don't. I have 2 meals a day and nothing else. So it's went really well for me. So I'm going to keep up at it as long as I can. Talking about animals, where's Chicken? Chicken is right here. Chicken is always next to me. Thanks for the follow, Lunar. Hello. The mic's on my left and he's on my right. Help me. Help me. Help me. Life is a nightmare. See, every time I pull him out now, I have to go and shove his legs and his arms back in his butt. That sounds really weird. But it's because he's a puppet. And that's the only open spot. And if I do that, then he looks like a normal chicken. Without bones. He's fine. Otherwise, he kind of flops all over the place and looks weird. He kind of looks fine when he's like that. Get your hand out of my ass. Out of context. That works in many, many ways. Graham Crash are boring squares. The bone shape makes it at least feel twice as good. But that's why you get Teddy Grahams. Just don't look at the packaging because it's creepy. Supreme Leader Smoke learned how to lose half his weight in seconds. I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen the third movie of that, but I've at least seen the second. No, I lost a bunch of weight just doing limiting how often I ate and reducing reducing how often I ate. So I, instead of eating whenever, I only eat within a 6 hour window, cutting out as much sugars as I can and changing any carbs I take from being processed carbs to whole wheat and grain instead. So no more white bread, no more standard spaghetti, whole wheat bread, that kind of stuff. Because it's all about keeping your insulin at a manageable level, and processed flour and processed wheat and processed sugars spike your insulin super, super high. And the longer you go without eating, the lower your insulin gets. I can't do it, Jules. I can do I can't do it on a bottle though. Whole wheat, actually, I do agree. Whole wheat, I believe, has more flavor. Whole wheat has a more complex flavor. I believe that white bread has a sweeter flavor, but that's because it's usually more sugar. I just prefer the flavor of standard. Like my standard lunch right now is a slice of certified whole wheat, one slice of certified whole wheat bread, a ton of all natural peanut butter, separated peanut butter that is generally just 100% peanuts, nothing else. And a ton of it, because I have a smaller eating window, I need to eat more calories, so I need to get high calorie. And then I cut up like large chunks of strawberry, put it on top with almond milk. Sometimes I'll sprinkle some chia seeds on top too. And that's my lunch every day. And then for dinner, I'll eat as much food as I can. It's usually very high in vegetables and protein. And I've been doing that now since May for the past 7 months. And I lost 50 pounds in about 4 months. And I haven't really lost anything since then. I've been sitting, I was at 232 and now I'm at 182, and I haven't really lost anything since then. I've been pretty consistent at 180, anywhere from 181 to 184, and I've been kind of fluctuating pretty much at a weight right now where unless I want to lose more, I'm going to have to do some heavy exercise. And it's winter. It's a little hard to exercise when I would like to go outside, but I'll do what I can. Someone got a screenshot of that. I hope not. I don't even know what face it was. The actual wheat plant is best wheat. Well, it's more of bread, or wheat bread is made of all three parts of a plant. I forgot, like the wheat germ or the germ, something and something. But it's three different parts, and processed flour is removing two of those, and you're left with one a part of it. And the problem with processed flour is when you consume a processed flour or processed sugar, your body consumes it so fast that your insulin shoots way up, and it takes a while to come back down. And while your insulin is up, your body will store fats, but it won't consume fats as easily. So the idea of wheat and of whole grains are that your insulin won't spike as much. It takes longer to consume because it's just a more complex carb, and it won't go as high, and therefore you can keep it lower and you can burn fat easier. Otherwise, if you're constantly consuming processed stuff, you're able to create fats really quick, but your ability to burn the fats, it's like a one-way door. You can have a door in to create fats, but while you're able to create the fats, it's much more difficult for the fats to exit the door. So if your insulin's always way up, if you're constantly eating at large, or if you're eating lots and lots of small meals with lots and lots of processed foods, your body is never going to be able to consume the fats. And if it's not getting what it needs, it will consume other things instead, like muscle. So that is where fasting comes in handy, because your insulin will go really, really low, and your body will then consume your fats by default for energy. And it has actually worked out really well for me. And you have to kind of get used to being hungry a little bit, but it's been fine. As long as I eat a lot in my windows. And I do, trust me, I do eat a lot still. And I have more flexibility in what I can eat. Germ something and something seems very nice. It is delicious. Germ something is my favorite food. Now what do we have today? We had wheat spaghetti. So it was spaghetti noodles, but it was a wheat spaghetti, and it was just beef and normal vodka sauce, because I'm not a big fan of tomato sauce. We tend to get vodka sauce, which is a tomato sauce, but it tends to be a little bit different. And then we just had some leftover chicken that I chopped up and put with it, and rye bread. And rye bread is a form of a wheat bread. So, or not a wheat bread, but at least a whole grain bread. So, that we were just using because we made some Reubens before. So yeah, it's amazing what just changing up a couple little things can do. Anyway, I am like an hour and a half over. I've just been kind of having fun, so I just kind of went with it. I don't know if it goes in your diet plan, but my mom makes these peanut butter bars and balls. Just have peanut butter, dry milk, honey, and I think you can add wheat germ. It's super good. My main thing is just staying away from processed stuff. So if it's peanut butter, dry milk, and honey, that's 100% within the stuff that I would have. I would actually make, for a while, I was making, it was a banana honey muffin. And it was made with wheat flour, and they were semi-sweet, really rich in flavor, but all of the sweetness came from the sugar in the banana, or not the sugar, the honey in the banana. So it was all natural stuff. And when I pick up honey, I don't pick up like the cheapest honey possible. I actually pick up usually some kind of an organic thing whose ingredients basically state only honey. Peanut butter is another one. I don't pick up cheap Jif, because a lot of that is a lot of preservatives. I pick up one that's an organic. There's one of them that's called 100% peanut, which is literally just nothing but peanut. It is separated and I have to stir it to get it to actual mix, but it gets rid of all that other crap. And that other crap is what I'm worried about. So I'm just getting rid of a lot of that stuff. So no white breads. If we do have pizza, we do have frozen pizzas every now and then, but it's normally because like on a stream night, I don't have time to make anything. We sometimes will put something in. But we found wheat crust, and we've made wheat crust pizza before. I gotta go. Have a good night, guys. Yeah, I should go too. So I am way over, but it's fun. It's actually very much enjoyed just chatting with you guys. Like I mentioned, for anybody that's on like a patron or a Twitch sub or something, I will be putting out probably 3 videos that are unique to that group within the next couple weeks to go a summary of the last year and how things have went, how all the upgoing, like actually having a video going through where I live and like kind of a behind the scenes thing and explaining some of the upgrades that I've done and showing some of the stuff, as well as the plans for going into 2021. Because if I put it on paper and I tell people this is what I'm going to do, I feel more obligated to do it. And sometimes I don't trust myself. It'd be better and easier if I can have something that obligates me to. Not that I need to force myself to, but it just makes it easier in my psyche to do that. So, good morning, aggro. Good afternoon, chat. Good night. Good mid-dient chicken. He's just staring at me. It's really creepy. Like it feels hypnotic. It's weird. I don't want to look at him anymore. Here, you don't. I'm gonna put him. Yeah, you go behind the monitor now. You're on timeout. Okay. So, anyways, have a good night, you guys. What would be creepier if he blinked? The chicken? Now I'm thinking about no, don't make me think about it. That's bad. It's very bad. Chicken, no chicken blink. Anyways, bye. Have a good one. Have a kitty and Michael's song. It's even weirder because I still can't hear it. I think if I do, it'll loop it back. So I'm going to say no. We don't need Michael on Good night. Have a good weekend, guys. We'll see you on Tuesday. Bye.